Tension the pits, tension the pits. Michael Carpenter, if you could please come to the third floor of the timing tower. Michael Carpenter, if you could please come to the third floor of the timing tower. And once again, I want to welcome everybody here to Maple Grove Raceway. And now I want to welcome all of those tuning in at home on Diamond State Digital. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out and supporting the event here this weekend. We know it's a hot one. Please stay hydrated. Don't forget about the free waters at the base of the tower, courtesy of Nitro Graphics. Want to thank them for their support and sponsorship of the water here this weekend to help keep everybody hydrated. Make sure we're hydrating with the proper fluids throughout the day. That would be water, Gatorade, Powerade, etc. I also want to make sure everybody is aware while it's quiet, as we're ready to go into first round of competition. Dial-in should be on the left side of your vehicle, When you get to the end of the staging lanes, there's a big white line painted in front of the ginormous numbers that are on the ground. If your dial-in is not on the car at that point, when you cross over that white line, if your LED dial-in board is not turned on when you cross that white line, your new dial-in is now 10 flat. So while it's quiet, we want to make sure everybody can hear this. If you do not have your dial-in on when you cross the white line, your new dial-in will now be 10 flat. Please make sure you have it on and have it on the left side of your racing vehicle. We want everybody to have a good time here this weekend, but we also can't be having people without dial-ins on. So we're here to race. Dial-in's a part of racing, and we ask that you please accommodate us on having that on your vehicle. Once again, the concession stand is open. The T-shirt stand is open. If you haven't already brought your tech card up, make sure you bring that to the first floor of the timing tower. And make sure when you do, you bring a little cash with you to get in on the Junior Dragster raffle. We got 4 $250 gift cards, courtesy of Maple Grove Raceway, FRBR Promotions, J Brother Promotions, and the Jim Harrington Bracket Nationals. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we get this race day started, we got to do one very important thing. Need everyone to please rise and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. And we thank you. And with that, we're ready to go racing. So, ladies and gentlemen, we need junior dragsters for Blittersdorf's Automotive. Round number 1 of Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters. We need you to the lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds to lane 6, 10 to 12-year-olds to lane 7, and 13 to 17-year-olds to lane 8. Junior Dragsters. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Junior Dragsters. We need you to the staging lanes. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 6, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 7, and 13 to 17-year-olds in lane 8. So once again, want to make sure junior dragsters are headed to the staging lanes. 6, 7, and 8. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 6, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 7, and 13 to 17-year-olds in lane 8. Want to thank B&M Performance and Machining for providing the live stream free to the viewer at home on Diamond State Digital. And I got to give a special shout out to my best buddy Mason at home watching, along with his sister Delaney, and my lovely wife Paige for holding down the fort. Looks like we got one more new combination time run here. All right, we're ready to go. First round of competition here on Saturday of the Daryl Tillman's Realty Group Independent Showdown, presented by Blittersdorf Automotive. We've got Alexis Lusby here, tower side, turns it red, gives the win over to Noah Dustin. Alexis was dialed 12:15, Noah was dialed 12:24. And Noah 12:22 with an 8. With a 56 late, Alexis turns it red, goes 12:11 with a 0 on a 12:15, and we'll head to the buyback window. Next up, Jamison Aquino out of Jackson, New Jersey, 1460 here, tower side. Taking on Emma Corsentino, 1158, over in the Lucas Oil Lane. And Emma turns it red, gives the win to Jamison. Jamison breaks it out 2 thou, 14:59 with an 8 on a 14:60. Emma 11:74 with a 0 for the loss with the red light. Kara Lusby now with the buy run, 12:10 the dial. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. I need double entries for no box. For Roadrunner Race Fuels, no box to 1 and 2, please. Double entries for no box to 1 and 2. Kara Lusby, 12:26 and 9 on 12:10 with a 34 light. We'll move on to round number 2. Sophia Curtis, 899 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Tower side, Paisley Anderson, 893. And Paisley, 891 with a 9 at 73 mile an hour. On the 893 dial with a 25 light. Sophia 009 red goes 9033 on the 899 dial for the loss. Landon Anderson up now over in the Lucas Oil Lane, 892. Tower side, Darren Hall, 978. Windley give it here to Tower side to Darren Hall. 34 up front, dead on with a 3 to be 37 total right out the gates. Great lap there. Landon Anderson, dead on with a 1. And unfortunately, very late at the light. Reagan Ketterman up now, 9-11 on the Ketter Girl Racing Machine out of Laurel, Delaware. Taking on Camden Berry here, Tower side, 890 the dial for the driver out of Prince Frederick, Maryland. Final call for no box doubles. No box doubles to 1 and 2, please. No box doubles. No box doubles to 1 and 2. Final call. Winlight, give it to Reagan. 63 up front, goes 9-13 with a 5 on a 9-11. And Camden, a little late at the hit, goes 891-1 on the 890 dial as Reagan will move on. Shane Connor, 894. Taking on Hunter Ward, 906 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Shane still finding the red bulb, turns it red again. Gives the win over to Hunter. Hunter, 904 with an 8 on a 906. Connor, 887 with an 8 on 894. Danica Dustin got down to the semis last night, I believe, 903 the dial. And Austin Booker here, Tower side, 890. Winlight give it to Danica, 904 with an 8 on 903. As Booker breaks it out, 888 with a 3 on 890 with the losing reaction time. Mason Dudley, last night's winner, 901 out of Owings, Maryland. Tower side, Troy Steinke, 890. And give the win light over here, tower side to Troy. 886 with a 9 on 890 with a 20 light. Mason, 897 with a 1 on 901 with a 33 light. Give Troy the win on to the next round. Malia Curtis, 790 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Tower side, it's cue ball. Charlie Blittersdorf, 796. At the straight win light over to Malia. 791 with a 1 on a 790 dial with the 44 light. Charlie breaks it out 794.4 on the 796 with the worst reaction time. Gabriella McCloskey here, tower side, 791. Heads up dial with Jordan Nelson over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Give the win over to Jordan. Dead on with a 7 to be 25 total right out of the box. Gabriella, 19 on the hit. Not bad, but breaks it out. 788 with a 0 on a 791 for the loss. Pro Torque Lane here, tower side. Jackson Griner, 827 the dial. Taking on Jillian Kleinfelter, 805 over in the far lane. Jackson turns it red, give the win to Jillian. Jillian 803 with a 1 on an 805. Griner 824 with a 1 on 827 for the loss. Tyler Lusby back up now, 8 flat. Taking on Carly Forrest. Carly 794. And some ripping on the big end. Give the win to Tyler Lusby. 804 with an 8 on an 8 flat dial with a 37 reaction time. Carly late at the hit, then goes 793 with a 7 on a 794 for the loss. Nia Parsons up here, tower side. 8 flat the dial. Far lane, Ella Ketterman out of Laurel, Delaware. 804 on her machine. And Winlight give it over to Naya. 16 up front, puts it 5 above 0 for the win. Ella late at the hit, goes 8.077 on the 8.04 for the loss. Logan Anderson here, tower side, taking on Noah James over in the far lane. All of no box. We need all of no box to 1 and 2, please. All of no box. All of no box to 1 and 2. With spillover to 3 and 4. All of no box. All of no box to 1 and 2 with spillover to 3 and 4. So that's red and blue. Doubles red and blue. And doubles, you'll come back to the lanes after you run. Win late to Logan Anderson. Noah breaks out, 796 to 0 on an 8 flat. Had the better reaction time, couldn't get it done on the big end. Logan Anderson cut him loose and puts it above the dial for the win. Trevor Ulrich, 794. Take on JJ Schoenberger, 804 the dial. Win late by 2 thou. Give it to Trevor Ulrich. 56 to a 51. Goes dead on with a 6 to be 62 total. JJ puts it 1 above, 8.053 on the 8.04. Gives that one back a little bit. Only goes 76 miles an hour. Mallory Stewart, 798 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Tower side, Nazir Wallace, 795. At the stripe, give the win light to Mallory Stewart as Nazir unable to run the number there. Mallory goes 799.5 on the 798. Nazir 798.5 on the 795 for the loss. 2 thou margin victory going to Mallory. Next up, it'll be Madison Schoenberger, 813 the dial here, tower side, taking on Madeline Brockmeyer over in the far lane, dialed in at 792. Winlay give it to Madison here, tower side. 811 with 0 on an 813. Madeline 009 on the red side goes 798.7 on the 792. Shane Daly up here, 8 flat the dial. And Shane, 20 on the hit, goes 8.024 on the 8 flat. And we'll move on to round number 2. And with that, we'll complete Blittersdorf's Automotive round number 1 of Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragster. Coming up next, it'll be Morris Performance Transmission round number 1 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. Coming around the corner now. First round, no box. Here we go. Steve Dustin, 730 here, Tower Side, taking on Marty Flagel, 572. Windlake, give it to Marty. 574-1 on the 572 with a 29 late. Dustin, here, Tower Side, dead on with a 7, but 63 totals, no good. Kyle Kors, 776. Pete Bushnell, 5 at 95 here, Tower Side in the Camaro. Windlake, give it to Core. 25 at the hit, goes 777 with a 5 on a 776 as Bushnell has big issues and Core takes the football field. Bill Wackerman, 690 over in the far lane. Tower Side, no information just yet. 602 the dial. Get the win here, Tower Side, 6060 on the 602 with a 10 late. Wackerman played the hit, then breaks it out, 689 with a 1 on a 690 for the loss. Get the win to Kyle Robb as Jeff Scarrick turns it red. Rob will move on to the next round. Nicholas Beeler here, tower side in the El Camino, 734. Chad Birch in the Mustang, 669. Double A margin victory, give it to Nicholas Beeler, 735-0 on the 734 with a 23 light. Birch dead on with a 6, but 41 total is no good here. Bob DeYoung, 586 here in the Camaro, taking on Will Marshall over in the Dart, 597. Winley give it to DeYoung as Marshall turns it red. He goes 585-0 on the 586 in the winning lap. Marshall 591.5 on the 597 in the losing effort. Mike Franick, 632 for his Dart, taking on Jeff Albach here tower side, 660 for the pickup. Seventh out margin victory, give it here tower side, 11 up front, puts it 1 above 3 to be 24 total. Mike goes dead on with a 6 to be 31 total, but out here in round 1, 2 good laps. Stan Piper, 679, went a few rounds with a couple entries yesterday. Take on Jimmy Stack and the Vega, 631. Winley give it to Stack, 627 with a 2 on a 631 with a 007 light. Piper laid at the hit and goes 672.5 on the 679 for the loss. Kevin Render, 803 here in the Malibu, taking on Dennis Course, 693 over in the Dodge. Winley give it to Kevin Render. Dead on with a 1 to be 2 total on the lap. Dennis Core 006 up front. Thanks for playing. Try again in the buyback round. Vince Cusimano here tower side in the Cutlass, 680. Taking on Gary Sempers in the Mustang, 573. Give the win over to Sempers. He's 12 up front and way above as Cusimano had issues as well. And Sempers rides it on through for the win. Matthew Wachowski, 637 over in the Lucas Oil Lane, the Mustang tower side, Ray Barlow. Give the win to Ray Barlow. 009, dead on 1 to be 10 total. Wachowski, 18 on the hit, and breaks it out. 633.6 on the 637 for the loss. Jeffrey Santine, 540 on the bike. Mikey Ulrich here, tower side, 730. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We have a racer need parts call. We need a Holley EFI coil, Pete Bushnell would love if you could help him out. He's got a red Camaro. If you know where he's at, go over to his trailer. If you don't, come to the timing tower with it. We'll make sure he gets it. A Holley EFI coil. Pete Bushnell is looking for one. Yes. And we got the track clear of the debris. We'll go back to racing now. At the stripe, Winlake, give it to Santine. 541.5 on the 540 dial with a 40 light. Ulrich hit, throws away dead on 9 to be 166 total. Ray Fordyce in the S10, 665. Taking on Kevin Core in the Demon, 702. Give the win light to Core. 4 dice 009. Red goes 660 with a 9 on 665. Core 699.7 on the 702 with a 15 light for the loss. Shannon 4 dice. Dice Girl up here in the Mustang. 636. Take it on Harley Parsons. 676 in the Malibu. Winley, give it here, tower side. Shannon 003 up front. Puts it 4 above 9 for the win as Parson laid the hit, then goes 678.4 on the 676 dial for the loss. Emily Albach here, tower side in the Camaro, 616, taking on Jason Parker in the Mustang, 636. Don't forget doubles, you should be coming back to the lanes. Doubles, you should be coming back to the lanes. Give the win light to Emily. 618 with a 7 on 616 with a 42 light. Jason turns at 15 red and breaks it out. 634.4 on the 636 dial. Ernie Zager, 628 in the Corvette. Joanna Crouch, 589 here, tower side in the Camaro. Pair of great lights right there. Down at the straight win light. Give it to Joanna. 002 up front. Puts it 1 above 6 to be 18 total. Ernie can't run the numbers. 632 with a 1 on a 628 with a 006 light for the loss. Chris Beeler now in the Camaro. 650 the dial. Taking on Matt Consiglio. 673 in the Nova. Winley, give it to Matt. 674.7 on the 673 dial at 26 light. Beeler, 651.9 on the 650 dial at 105 with a 59 light. Mike Griner up in the Chevelle, 580. Taking on Russ Archer. Should be a pretty good one here, 693. Winley, give it to Archer as Griner 008 on the red side. Archer 22 at the hit. Breaks it out 692.2 on the 693 dial. Griner will head to the buyback window. Jim Eastman 670 the dial. Taking on Macy Stewart 623 in the Cutlass. Winley by 1 thou. Give it to Macy Stewart. 22 at the hit. Goes 624.6 on the 623. Eastman 669.4 on the 670 dial for the loss. Nelson Belot up now in the FRBR house truck, taking on Robert Dames, 859 in the Chrysler. And Nelson Belot gets bit by the True Start. He's 39 red to Robert Dames's 38 red. And Belot will head to the buyback window. Dan Casey, 583 for the Capri, taking on Jesse Marshall, 681 here Tower Side in the Barracuda. Getting there first by 0003 is Dan Casey, and the win. 003 goes 579.2 on the 583 dial. And Jesse Marshall, 27 the hit, goes 674.8 on the 681 for the loss. Cue ball Blittersdorf here, Tower Side, 1158 in the S10. Taking on Jordan Smickle, 681 in the Blazer. Get the win to Smickle. 682.4 on the 681 dial as Charlie breaks it out big time. 1149.9 on the 1158 dial. Jamie Cologne, 594 in the Camaro, taking on Austin Yunt here Tower Side, 619. Pair of great lights here at the stripe. Win light, give it to Jamie. 592.3 on the 594 dial with a 002 light. Austin 001 up front goes 616.2 on the 619 in the losing effort. Todd Tillman in the Nova, 639. Steve Dickey here, Tower Side in the Camaro, 636. Kevin Harrell up now, 604 the dial, taking on Kurt Holland, 615 in the Camaro. Windley give it to Holland as Harold turns it red. Holland goes 6:13.0 on the 6:15 with the 26th late. Kevin here tower side 6:02.4 on the 6:04. Soggy Dunn 6:36 for his Camaro. Taking on Paul Cap here tower side 6:86 in the Cutlass. Windley give it to Soggy. 23 up front goes 6:39.2 on the 6:36. For the win as Paul, late at the hit, throws away dead on 7 to be 82 total. Nick Beatman 6:01 in the Nova, taking on the S10 of Scott Embley 6:55. Windley give it to Embley as Beeman turns it red. Embley throws down dead 7 to be 44 total. Beeman red and then runs it over 6:04.8 on the 6:01 for the loss. Terry Sachs in the Camaro 6:43 taking on Bobby Pipp in the Mustang 7:39. Give the win to Bobby Pipp there, dead on with a 9 to be 44 total. Sachs, 87 at the hit, breaks it out 6:38.4 on the 6:43 dial. Layla Gockley up now, 7:37. Taking on Kyle Harrell, 6:50. And Layla 009 red gives the win to Kyle. Kyle goes 6:45.9 on the 6:50 dial. Layla 7:36.5 on the 7:37 in the loss. Evan Poust in the wagon, 6:65, taking on Denny Renninger, 7:48 for the Cutlass. Double breakout win, give it to Evan Poust. 6:63.8 on the 6:65 with a 19 late. Renninger 7:46.0 on the 7:48 dial with an 18 late for the loss. CJ Faraka here at Tower Side, 7:39, taking on Robert Smith, 6:51. Winley give it to Robert Smith, dead on with a 0 to be 44 total. That's the third 44 total, I believe, of this round. Faraka 11 red up front, then breaks it out big, 730 with a 6 on 739. Dave Dabney, 614 in the Camaro, taking on Robert Reiner Jr., 627 here tower side in the Nova. Winlight, give it to Reiner. 635.6 on the 627 dial as Dabney waylaid at the light and then breaks it out. 613 with a 7 on a 614. No information on the Mustang just yet. 696. Taking on Matt Wilson here, tower side in the Camaro, 640. Winley give it to the Mustang as Wilson turns the 005 red, then breaks it out 638 with a 2 on a 640. Mustang goes 694-1 on a 696. John Hindenburg, 657 in the Mustang. Stacy Orth here, tower side in the Camaro, 594. Winley give it to Stacy, dead on with a 0 to be 49 total. Hindenburg had the starting line advantage majorly with an 11, but gets there way too much. Breaks it out 655.7 on the 657 dial. Theodore Myers, 598 in the Camaro, taking on Marcus McClure, dialed in at 688. Winley, give it to Myers, dead on with a 7 to be 24 total. Marcus, 39 to hit, wasting gas, 683.7 on the 688 dial. Terry Benton Jr., 631 the dial in the Camaro, taking on Jenna Yarnall. 671 here, tower side. Give the win light to Benton. 627.6 on the 631 dial with a 15 light. Jenna turns it red, goes 668.1 on the 671 dial for the loss. Don't forget, buybacks are available at FRBR Central at the bottom of the timing tower. Be sure to go grab your ISC Racers tape or a free Italian Ice coupon. Jeremy Kleinfelter, 691 in the orange GMC, taking on the Dakota of Caleb Klein. At the win light double breakout, give the win to Kleinfelter. 690 with a 4 on a 691 dial. Klein, 650 with a 3 on a 651. Kleinfelter will move on. Dennis Gerhardt, 595 here, tower side, taking on Jake Narr, 551. Winley give it to Nard, 002, then puts it way above for the win. 559.5 on the 551 dial as Gerhardt laid the hit, then goes 599.4 on the 595 dial. Jack Fisk in the Camaro, 606. Towerside Rich Pennington, 626. Get the win to Pennington in the True Start win. As Fisk 40 red to Pennington's 13. Pennington 627 for the win. Alan Yunt with a starting line advantage over Lane Baker. Win late. Yunt 6 flat with a 6 on the 597 dial with a 13 late. Baker over in the far lane, 657.2 on the 658 dial for the loss. Ed Races, 623 in the Malibu, taking on Jana Embley in the Blazer, 757. Give the win to Ed. 621 with a 5 on a 623 with a 33 late. Embley 21 at the hit goes 754.9 on a 757 for the loss. Lee Ratzkovich out of Piscataway, New Jersey, 664, taking on Jeannie Northrup, 592 here Towerside in the Camaro. Winley give it to Northrop. Dead on with a 9 to be 41 total. Lee had the starting line advantage with a 14, but breaks it out 663 with a 1 on a 664 for the loss. Kyle Core here, Towerside, 776, taking on Travis Hill in the Mustang, 628. Winley give it to Travis Hill, 626 with a 1 on a 628. And the double breakout run with Core going 773 with an 8 on 776 for the loss. Eric Bowles, 656 in the Malibu, taking on Jeff Skerrick, 840 here Towerside. Or Skirdick, believe me. I am not the world's best at name pronunciations, so if I am butchering your name, or if Trisha has put your name wrong into the computer, and I will blame it on her the whole time, be sure to come to the timing tower and let us know so that, you know, I don't keep hammering your name wrong all weekend. Eric Bowles with the win, 658 with a 6 on a 656 with a 009 late. Jeff here, Towerside, late at the hit, then breaks it out 837 with an 8 on an 840 dial. Callie Klein over in the far lane, 6:57. Kevin Mendenhall here, tower side, 6:20. Win late. Give it to Mendenhall. 6:19 with a 0 and a 6:20 with a 25 late. Has Klein 6:55-2 on the 6:57 for the loss. Nicholas Beeler back up in the El Camino, 7:34, taking on the wheel standing Firebird of Denny McCloskey, 6:62. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Moore's Performance Transmissions. Round number 1 of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Ball. Double enter door cars. Double enter door cars to 1 and 2, please. Double enter door cars to 1 and 2. Give the win light there to Denny McCloskey. 6:63 with a 2 on a 6:62 dial. Has Beeler 7:33.7 on the 7:34 dial. Breaks it out. Chris Culp up now in the Arrow, 6:04, taking on Jeff Stewart in the Chevelle, 6:34. Win light, give it to Stewart. 001 up front, goes 6:31 with an 8 on a 6:34. Takes out Chris Culp's 6 flat with a 5 on a 6:04 with a 21 late. Rob Snyder, one of 2 people in this world that have decided to race a Ford Granada. The other guy is named Bigfoot. 6:36 the dial. Taking on Kevin Render, 8:02 here tower side in the Malibu. Winley, give it to the Granada. Snyder will move on. Steve Dustin back up now in the Mustang, 7:26, taking on Rob Hockmiller, 5:77. Get the win to Steve Dustin, 7:28 with a 0 and a 7:26 to be 24 total. Hockmiller turns it red and puts it 578.0 on the 577 dial. Cam Murray, last night's top bulb winner, 639 in the Duster, taking on Ray Barlow here, tower side the Mustang, 604. Winley, give it to Barlow. 24 at the hit, puts it way above as issues for Murray, big time. He was almost as close to that 85 that he talked about in Victory Lane last night. Maybe it'll work out for him. Starting out good. Andrew Bacuto, 633, taking on David Harris here, tower side, 605. Give the win light to Andrew Bakuto. 28 at the hit, goes 634.5 on the 633 dial. As Harris, 614 with a 1 on a 605 with a 008 light. Travis Hill, 598 in the Falcon, taking on Bob DeYoung, 585 here tower side in the Camaro. Give the win light here, tower side to DeYoung. Dead on with a 1 to be 9 total. Travis Hill, nothing doing. 596.7 on the 598 with a 30 light for the loss. Sam Koonsman on the bike, 558, taking on Jeff Albach in the Camaro with 660. Give the win light to the bike. 008 up front. Breaks it out. 557.3 on the 558. Has Albach 659.2 on the 660 for the loss. Bill Wackerman, 689 in the Camaro, taking on Scott Carpenter, 603 here tower side. And give the win to Wackerman. 14 up front, 687.3 on the 689. Carpenter, 37 red, no good. Stan Pfeiffer, 675 here, tower side, taking on Will Marshall, 595 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Get the win light over here to Pfeiffer, dead on with an 8 to be 47 total. Marshall, 86 at the hit, no good. 592.6 on the 595 for the loss. 601 for Kyle Robb in the Chevy 2, taking on Joanna Crouch, 590 here tower side. And give the win light to Kyle Robb. 006 puts it 1 above 6 for the win as Joanna goes 588.8 on the 590 for the loss. Mike Griner back up in the Chevelle, 577, taking on Dennis Core, 696 in the Dodge. Griner's got a spot, but it's on the red side. 8 red the first time, 7 red the second time. 578.4 on the 577 dial. Core goes 693.2 on the 696 for the win. Final call for top door card doubles to 1 and 2. Final call for top door card doubles to 1 and 2. Get the win here, tower side to Todd Tillman. Tillman 634.4 on the 637 dial for the win. Can we get red run sticker door cars to 1 and 2, please? Top bulb, C2 competition converter and machining top bulb. Red run sticker door cars to 1 and 2, please. Kurt Holland up here again, 615, taking on Jimmy Stack, 629. Get the win to Kurt. 15 on the hit, goes 613 with a 4 on a 615. Stack turns it red, goes 626 with a 9 on a 629. Marty Flagel, last night's runner-up, back up, 572. Taking on Matt Wachowski, 633. Win late, 569.3 on the 572 with an 11 late. Wachowski 005 red goes 630 with a 1 on a 633 for the loss. Far lane, Chad Birch in the Mustang, 669. Demon here, tower side, 702. Win late, give it here, tower side. 699.9 on the 702 dial as Birch, 665.1 on the 669 for the loss. Harley Parson back up in the Malibu, 676, taking on Gary Sempers in the Mustang. The Mustang dialed in at a 571. Winley, give it to Semper, 16, goes 572.2 on the 571. As Parson laid it to hit, then breaks it out, 675.1 on the 676 dial. Chris Beeler in the Camaro, 651, taking on Vince Cusimano, 705 in the Cutlass Tower side. Beeler grabs the win. 10 in the hit, goes 650 with a 2 on a 651 with a 10 late. Cusimano 22 at the hit, breaks it out a 10th, 695.9 on the 705 dial. Mike Franek, 633 here, Tower Side, taking on Macy Stewart over in the Cutlass, 621. Windley, give it to Franek. Trip, zip up front to be 29 total on the run. Macy goes 625.5 on the 621 for the loss. Get the win there to Jordan Smika, 679.4 on the 681 dial as Zagers turns it red. Jason Parker in the Mustang, 632, taking on Russ Archer, 691 in the Aspen wagon. Winlight, give it to the Aspen wagon, dead on with an 8 to be 31 total. Parker 38 at the hit, no good. Goes 634 with a 9 on 632 for the loss. Tim Alback in the Camaro, 619. Taking on Jamie Cologne, 593 in the Camaro on Camaro matchup. Great drag race there. Jamie Cologne, 9 total to take the 5,000 margin of victory. Albach, 006 up front, goes dead 8 to be 14 total. But thank you for playing. Please head to the buyback window. Jamie Cologne throwing down here round 1. The Mercury Capri of Dan Casey is back up, 582, taking on Jeffrey Santine, 537 for the bike. Winlight, give it to the bike. Goes 536.3 on the 537 dial with a 007 red reaction time. The Capri, 14 on the red side, goes 579.5 on the 582 dial. Once again, we've called red run sticker door cards for Top Ball. We've called doubles and red, doubles and red. We're just about finished up here with no box. So Top Ball will be coming out next. Joe Dedrick in the Jake Nar machine, 552. Taking on Jeff Stewart here, Tower Side, 632 for the Chevelle. And Winlight, Tower Side, Jeff Stewart, 3 total, trip dead 3 Joe Dedrick wasting fuel all the way. Late and breaks it out. And last night's winner, Nathan Mendenhall, getting the free lap here. And we'll roll right into top ET action right after him. Mendenhall 10 on the hit. Goes 6:23.9 at 109. And that will complete Morris Performance Transmission round number 1 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. We'll head into Morris Performance Transmissions round number 1 of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. Michael Zegg, here tower side 579, taking on Caden Dorsey, 644 in the Duster. Both drivers with great lights. Wind light, give it to Zegg. He's 8 total off the trailer. Dorsey, 006 up front, breaks out a whole one, 643 with a 0 and a 644 dial. Zegg will move on. Antoine Jett in the Camaro 614 over in the far lane. 635 for the driver here tower side. Winley, give it to Jett. 7 total, 6 dead 1 for the win. Tower side late and then breaks it out big time, 629.3 on the 635 dial. Rich Maganelli, 588 over in the far lane. Brock Mosier here tower side in the Vega wagon, 544. Let's go ahead and get blue run stickers. So now we've called all colors, doubles red and blue, to the lanes for top bulb, no box. Give the win there to Maganelli as Mosier 003 red, Rich 17, then breaks it out 586.8 on the 588 dial. Mosier 543.3 on the 544. Aaron Them was laying down some laps yesterday. 589. I believe this is Shane Jett here, tower side, 603. Jett gets the win, 6 flat with a 6 on the 603 dial with a 20 light. Aaron, 10 on the hit, but breaks it out, 586.4 on the 589. James Laro, 666, taking on Eric Tenney, 656 here, tower side. Windlay, give it to Lara by 005, margin of victory, 7. 1 above 0 to be 17 total. Tenny, 17 on the hit. Goes 656.5 on the 656 dial for the loss.
All right, left side, Cody Mariner out of Salisbury, Maryland, 78 Malibu. Won a few rounds yesterday. Dialed 573, going up against Daryl Tillman. Title right sponsor of the event. Neither driver great. Tillman has the better end of it by 6 thou. And the win light on the double breakout. Mariner gets there 4th thou. Had to get behind by about 100th to make that one work. Tillman moving to round number 2. Cody to the buyback window. John Reed, Regan Fox, your next pair. Reed out of Essex, Maryland. 67 Coronet, 628 the dial, leaving 0.08 of a second before Regan Fox in the Nova. Regan turns it 4 red, giving the win to Reed. He's 6. And has issues. Doesn't matter though. Regan. That's a throwaway. 4 red, 5 thou under for the L. Reed gets away with it. Doug Milner, left side, 555 dial in, going up against Kirsten Fisher. She's out of Percasey, PA, home of the Northrop clan as well. 68 Camaro. She shares this with her father, Jeff. Today's her day. Milner out of US 13 Dragways, his home. And Milner's got 18 thousandths in his pocket. He's 5. And he's your winner. Trimmed it up a little on the tight side. He takes 0017 to be safe 3. 37 total. Fisher, 38 total. Good race down there. Milner gets the win. Jeff Krasinski. Purple Camaro, left side, 569 to dial in. Spotting a little under a second to Mark Orlowski at Levittown, PA, in his 71 Vega wagon. Just 2,000 separate them. The worst light is a 10. And it goes to your winner. Krasinski, 10, dead egg. Orlowski, 8, dead 8. 16 total is going to win you a lot of rounds. Just ran into that buzzsaw run of Krasinski, and he's going to need to visit the buyback window. D'Angelinas, Pennacook, New Hampshire, 84 Porsche, dialed 617. Going up against Eric Fulton out of Maple Shade, New Jersey. Another Vega, 571 on this one. Double red light affair, true start. Gives the win to Jelinas. He's 6 red. 1 above 1. Fulton turned to 24 red and broke out. Going to have to regroup and come back for round number 2, or come back for the buyback round, try to win his way into round number 2. Now it's Bill Groton. Groton out of Seaford, Delaware, 66 Pontiac, dialed 672, going up against James Carty. James participated in our raffle for the Eastern Conference Finals, gave quite a large number of entries. They are still available for 4 $250 gift cards, one for Maple Grove, one for J Brothers Promotions, one for FRBR, and one for the Harrington races. If you want to get them, you can also get them online through the link on the Facebook page. Carty had something go wrong on the starting line, but gets away with it. Groton gonna hate this time slip. He's 12, 1 thou under, taking 151. Carty, 3-digit reaction time, 2 above. Must have said a prayer because something got answered, and he moves on to round number 2. Jason Ananostis. Sorry, fully butchered it. It's an 86 Grand Am. He's out of New Jersey. 503 the dial-in. Spotting about a second to Steve Cisco. That one's easy to say. Cisco, 83 Cavalier. He's down 4 thousandths to Jason. But Cisco drives the finish line better. He's 21, 1 thou under. Feeding 26 to Jason, who breaks out by 23 thousandths in the losing effort. Cisco showing why he's the $1 million man. Andy Purcell, Ben Saya, your next pair. 81 Malibu of New Jersey's Saya, 595 the dial-in. The 41 Willies of nearby Bartow, PA's Purcell, dialed in at a 567. Both drivers away green. Saya with the 100th in his pocket. He's 7, but not getting the win. Purcell made it tough. He's 19 total. Saya got there by 20. Needed to take 12 or less. Good lap laid down by both. Purcell got the better end of it. Mike Barber, Laura Truitt, this pair. 4 thou separate them. 11 is the worst light. And the win light goes to Truitt. She's 7, 6 thou under. Barber was 11 in that pair, 16 thou under. Another situation where he needed to get behind to turn on the win light. This pair, Nelson Belot in the 2002 Nitrofish S10, the rent-a-ride, going up against Evan Paust. Paust, recent 30K winner. And Paust has 11 thou in his pocket, going to try to hold off the S10. He held it off, but didn't get the win light. Took 19, needed to take 5 or less, and another double breakout where he would have needed to get behind. Belot, 17, 6 thou under. Gets the win. Terry Benton Jr. Far side, 78 Camaro. He's out of Morganville, New Jersey, 627 the dial-in. Going up against Barry Souter from Ephrata, 680 his prediction, that's 72 Nova. 8 is the worst of the two lights here. Benton, 7 thou in his pocket. That's right, that makes him 001, but does not get the win. 21 total. Gets Barry there by 9 thousandths. Benton could not cover the number despite that 001 reaction time. Barry Souter moves on. Pete Morris, Brent Nowitzki, this pair. Nowitzki, another 001. He's got 21 in his pocket, and he's got the win light by just 3 thousandths of a second. He's 23 total to the 21 light of Morris. Left him all of 1 thousandths to work with, and he almost did it. He's dead 4 for 26 total in the L. Nowitzki, your winner. JJ Schoenberger, you are the best losing package of first round, which makes you our lucky loser, and your buyback is covered. You want to come back to the base of the tower, we'll give you your $30 back. And our buyback potential buy run is Gabby McCluskey. Obviously not ready for you yet, but just so you're aware, Gabby McCluskey, the potential buy run. When we get there, JJ Schoenberger, the free buyback, is the lucky loser. Jacob Wilson, Jack Grader, this pair, a second between them. Wilson leaving first, and Wilson turns it 5 thou red. Grader, 21, dead 3, 24 total, sends him through. Double entered dragsters for Morris Performance Transmissions round 1 of C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. Double entered dragsters to 5 and 6, please. This pair, Scott Waters, Fran DeChico. Waters left side down 6,000. DeChico is 14 total, 8 dead 6 to the 14 light of Waters. Gets him there by 29 thou. Nice lap to Chico, your winner. This pair, John Scott going up against Skylar Stump, and Stump has 200s in her pocket. She's 003. And 3 above, rolling out of the throttle for a smooth 35 pack, enter there by 50, as Scott had trouble covering the number, was 6 above for the loss. Now Bob McCluskey and Billy Groton III. Billy, 2000 Blazer, out 687 to McCluskey's 562 in that 2002 S-Dime. Gorgeous paint job on it. Probably designed by Denny McCluskey. Groton, 003 on the let-go. McCluskey, 6 thou red. Groton, 3, 1 under. McCluskey on his 6 red, also 9 thou under if you're being specific about it, but 2 very close runs on both ends. Groton gets the win. Mike Lubinowski out of Holbrook, New York, 87 Corvette, dialed 590, spotting 0.7 of a second to Denny McCluskey. Just talked about him, 78 Firebird. Dad's car that he's done proud. If you lost your cell phone, we have found a cell phone. Obviously can't get into it, but there was an iMessage to Justin Dudley. So not sure if that's connected at all, but if you did lose your cell phone, we have it in the timing tower. McCluskey, 6 total, 4 dead 2 on the McCluskey drop. Lubinowski was 6, got there 13, needed to take 10 or less. And he didn't get there 13 to the last second, because I can tell you from firsthand experience, Denny knows how to put that thing dead on, and you don't even see it coming, even though you know it's coming. Great race all around. Denny doing the job. Larry Payton, Caleb Klein, your next pair. Payton, left side, working off the throttle stop in his S10, the 91 Dakota of Klein. Going to be a straight up 651. Larry Payton, 003, dead 3, back-to-back 6-packs in the last 2 pairs. Klein, 13, 1 above 6, gave him 29 total. Not a bad run, but Top is laying it down here in first round on our Saturday event. Jim Hughes, Mark Cathell, 100th starting line advantage goes to Hughes, but the win light goes to Cathell. Makes it work by just 0.03 of a second. He's 38 total to the 41 total of Hughes. Looking at the mile an hours, I think everybody might have been pretty much to the wood there. So just a good, tight drag race. Cathell getting the proper end of it. Turtle Ziegler, 79 Camaro, left side. Danny Bastinelli out of Georgetown, Delaware, 90 Camaro on the far side. Double entered dragsters. We need you to 5 and 6, please. Double entered dragsters to 5 and 6. Ziegler has 17 thou in his pocket. He's 002 and gets the win. 19 total to the 19 light of Bastinelli. He had to take air and hope the little numbers worked out. Couldn't do it. Ziegler gets the win. Travis Hill, Jim Fordyce, your next pair. Hill out of Thurmont, Maryland. Mason Dixon regular came up to play with us this weekend. 67 Mustang against Fordyce in the 67 Vet. He's out of Williamstown, New Jersey, dialed 480. Fordyce is 18 and into 17,000s hole, but that's the beauty of being fast from time to time. Hill, 001, takes 35 to break it out 7 thou, meaning he had to take 28 or less. Fordyce, 18, 1 above 1. 29 total, didn't work in the last pair, it does in this one as he moves on. Erica Grader going up against, I believe it's Eric Bowles. Bowles in the Malibu, 657, his dial in. Ran a double in no box yesterday. Decided to do 1 in each today. He's dialed 657. Grader in that Mustang, dialed 589. And one of these drivers is perfect up front, but not your winner. Grader, 19, 1 thou under, gets the W. Bowles was perfect, trips across the board, but broke it out 15 thousandths, taken 33, had to trim it up to 18 or less. Grader moving on. Now it's Jake Morris, Rich Nowitzki. Morris, Wilmington, Delaware, the S10 leaves first and gets the win. Nowitzki turns it red by 6 thou. Morris 6 on the green side and breaks it out, but gets the win.
Dan Northrup, Mark Manley. Northrup with the started line advantage. Winlight Manley by 002. And looking at the mile an hour, old Danny gave that one back. Manley, 6:12 of the 7 on 6:10 of the 22 late at 1:13. Northrup goes 1:12 and puts it over the dial. Reagan Fox, 6:20, taking on Austin Yunt, 6:16. Winley, give it to Yunt, 004, margin of victory, 6:18 with a 0 and a 6:16 with a 17 late. Fox, dead on with a 5 to beat 41 total for the loss. John McClure here, tower side, 5:68, taking on Anthony Zegg, 5:85 in the Vega. Winley, give it to McClure, 11. Goes 571.4 on the 568 dial. Zegg 002 up front, but then takes all of the stripe. Takes 47. Had to take 43 or less for the win. Rich Maganelli in the Camaro, 587, taking on Bob Murphy, the third here, tower side, 638. Winley, give it to Murphy. 12 goes 637.1 on the 638 dial. Maganelli, 584.7 on the 587 dial for the loss. Brian Eastman, 646 here, tower side, taking on Jeff Martin over in the Lucas Oil Lane, 565. Winlight Martin trip zip and breaks it out two thou off of a perfect run. Brian Eastman dead on with a 3, throws it away with 12 red. Aaron Them back up in the Vega, 586, taking on Matt Consiglio in the Nova, 672. Matt in control here. Winlight Matt dead on with a 3 to be 14 total. Aaron puts it 2 above, 588.2 on the 586 dial for the loss. Jim Laro, 665 in the S10, taking on Eric Tenney, 656. We need dragsters, all dragsters to 5 and 6. We've now called doubles red and blue. So all dragsters to 5 and 6. All dragsters, you have now been called to the lanes. Give the win light to Tenney. 657.9 on the 656 with a 007 light. Laro dead on with a 4, but no good when you're 62 total. Daryl Tillman up in the Corvette, the title sponsor here this weekend, 551. Taking on Brock Mosier. Mosier, 544. Windlake, give it to Tillman. 15, breaks it out 1 thou, 550 with a 9 on a 551. Mosier breaks it out 4 thou, and is 11 at the hit, goes 543.6 on the 544 for the loss. Antoine Jett back up in the Camaro for 614, taking on Dean Nickerson. 639 here, Tower side. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Oh, boy. Dean Nickerson just got bit. Dead on with a 0. 007 red. Give the win to Antoine Jett. Caden Dorsey over in the far lane, 643, taking on David Wing here, Tower side, 611. Once again, we called all dragsters to 5, 6, 7, and 8. All dragsters, all colors, all cars for dragsters to 5, 6, 7, and 8. Caden Dorsey turns to 003 red, goes 642 with a 4 on a 643. David Wing, 6097 on the 611 for the loss. John Reed with a starting line advantage. Give him the win. Dead on 2 to be 8 total. Greg Kelly here, Tower side, 679.8 on the 682 dial for the loss. Cody Mariner over in the Lucas Oil lane, 571, taking on Shane Jett here, Tower side in the Monte Carlo, 601. Mariner in trouble here, but gets the job done. Dead on with a 7 to be 32 total. Jett, 003 up front, gets there 38, needed to take 29 or less for the win. And back to racing action now. Michael Carpenter here, tower side, 463, taking on Jed Narr over in the far lane, 507. Carpenter in control here. At the stripe, Winlake, Carpenter, 10 total. Trip, zip up front, 1 above 0. Jed Narr, 14, puts it 1 above 4 to be 28 total in the losing effort. Greg Hicks went deep into the rounds last night, 483 on his dragster, taking on Dale Crouch, 459 for the driver out of Northeast Maryland. And nothing better than a good staging duel on a hot summer day. Oh boy, Greg Hicks wins that battle. Give the win to Hicks, 006, breaks it out 5 thou for the win. Dale Crouch was very late and goes 456.6 on the 459 for the loss. Jeff Taylor in the dragster over in the far lane, 472. Brian Crump here, tower side, 496. Jeff Taylor misses that one. Can't get it done on the big end. Brian Crump will take the win. 495-1 on the 496 style with a 002 late. As Taylor late and then goes 470 with a 7 on 472 for the loss. Tom Husigan, 5 flat here, tower side, taking on Becky Mendenhall. Becky broke a motor yesterday. They thrashed until 4 a.m. Got a new bullet in there. She's dialed 486. And she's in trouble. Win light. Give it to Husigan. He's 24 total, putting it 2 above 4 on the 5 flat dial. Trip zip up front. Mendenhall 19 on the let go, goes 489.4 on the 486 dial for the loss. Rigel Galinas here, tower side, 494, taking on Gerard Hamlick, 489 over in the far lane. Winlight, give it to Hamlet. 491 with an 8 on a 489 dial with a 20 late. Galinas missed it. Gives 493.5 on the 494 dial for the loss. John Taylor up now, 465 in the dragster, taking on Dana Beauchamp here, tower side, 476. Don't forget, the buyback window is open for the re-entry round. If you're interested, head to the first floor of the timing tower. For juniors, no box or top. Winlight, give it to John Taylor. 1 above, 0 to be 44 total for the win. Beauchamp had the better reaction time, but can't run the number. 479.1 on the 476 dial. Caitlin Krause here, tower side, 491, taking on Joe Martin, 466. Winlay, give it to Joe Martin. Trip zip up front, and he goes 463.3 on the 466 dial. Krause breaks it out. 3 thou in addition to the 001 red light. She's close. Just got to dial it in a little more. Marty Martin, 457, taking on Greg Parsons, 481. Get the win to Marty Martin. 002 red up front goes 455.7 on the 457 dial. Parsons 10 red goes 479.1 on the 481. Frank Lacate's here tower side, 469, taking on Rick Turkowski, 476 for Turkowski. Identical reaction times. Winlight, give it to Turkowski. He's 17 total for the win, taking the 007 margin of victory as Lacate's 470 with a 3 on a 469 is headed to the buyback window. Jason Hall, 438. Went quite a few rounds with that Pro Charge machine last night. Taking on William Carroll, 496. At the stripe, win light, give it to Jason Hoff. 4 total, 4 dead, 0 for the win. Carroll, not a bad lap, 27 total, 10, one above 7, but no good as Hoff lays down another good one. Mark Kelly, 454 in the Lucas Oil Lane, taking on Randy Krause here, Tower Side in the S&W Dragster Dial, 491. Win light, give it to Krause. Breaks it out 3,000, 490 with a 7 on 491 with a 005 light. Kelly was 002, but breaks it out 7,000, 453.3 on the 454. Butch Booker here, Tower Side, 481, taking on Jason Barrow, 452. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Got a racer in need. If you can bring a bore scope to the tower, got a racer trying to look inside of their motor. Got a racer in need, racer in need. Need a bore scope to look inside of a motor. If anybody has one of those, if you can bring it to the timing tower, we will see that you link up with the person that needs it. Give the win light to Jason, 26, puts it 450 with an 8 on 452 as Booker had the better reaction time, 008, but can't get it woed up enough. Puts it 16 under the dial for the loss. John Dustin, 519 the dial, here Tower Side. Taking on Vaughn Dunn, 568 in the Camaro. Give the win light to the Camaro. 563.6 on the 568 with a 17 late. Dustin 004 on the red side. Throws away dead on with a 6. Mike Hoff, 469. In the Pro Torque lane, taking on the Lucas Oil lane of Vina Martin, 470 the dial. Hoff turns to 002 red, gives the win to Martin. Martin late and way off the dial. As Hoff dead on with a 6, no good. Zach Rothenberger, 497. Tower Side, Tim Heaps, 475. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Junior dragsters, re-entry round. We need 6 to 9-year-olds to lane 4, 10 to 12-year-olds to lane 5, and 13 to 17-year-olds to lane 6. Lanes 4, 5, and 6 for the re-entry round. Give the win there to Rothenberger. 1 above 0 to be 20 total. Heaps was 20 on the let go. Throws it down dead 3. A good lap, but just a good drag race there. 003 margin of victory for the win to Zach. Junior re-entry round to lanes 4, 5, and 6. We need 6 to 9 to 4, 10 to 12 to 5, and 13 to 17 to 6. Mike Morris up now, 447, take on Destiny Williams, 515. Winley, give it to Destiny. Dead on with a 9 to be 13 total. Morse throws away dead on 3 to be 46 total in the loss. Don Matson, 492 in the race tech. Taking on Dan Waters here, tower side, 512. Winlight, give it to Matson. Dead on with a 2 to be 19 total. Waters was 16 on the let go. Breaks it out 3 thou. Took 006, needed to take 003 or less. Tough drag race there. Doc Daughtery here, tower side, 508. Take on Jason Amy, 523 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Winley, give it to Daughtery. Dead on with a 9 to be 29 total. Amy was 26 up front, but breaks it out 2 whole ones. 521-0 and a 523 for the loss. Connor Hebig in the S&W Dragster, 477, taking on Joe Baruch, 489 here, tower side. .006 margin of victory. Give it to Connor Hebig. He's 10, 1 above 4 for the win as Baruch breaks it out. 487.9 on the 489. Hebig will move on. Damian DiStefano over in the far lane, 526. Tower side, Haley Bowles, 546. Big time red for Bowles. Give the win to Damian. Damian, 522.6 on the 526. As Bowles, 543.2 on the 546. David Hebig, 469. In the dragster, taking on Josh Wilson here, tower side, 4:55. Give the win to Josh Wilson. Hebig with issues, had the starting line advantage, 007, but Wilson will take the win. Ray Fordyce Jr., 4:58 over in the Miller Dragster. Tower side, Bob Kalipski, 4:47. Winley give it to Fordyce, dead on with a 9 to be 35 total. Kalipski, 29 on the let go, breaks it out, 4:45.5 on the 4:47 for the loss. Bob Murphy got deep into the rounds last night, 4:59, taking on Kevin Robb, 4:47 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Winley give it to Murphy, dead on with an 8 to be 24 total. Kevin Robb, 17 on the let go, breaks it out, 6 thou. Got there by 13, needed to take 7 or less. Chris Wilson, 4:48 for the American Dragster, taking on Frank Zegg here, tower side, 4:72. Winlight, give it to Wilson. Breaks it out 1 thou, 4:47.9 on the 4:48 with a 16 light. Zeg, 4:71.2 on the 4:72 dial with a 13 light for the loss. Carl Stevenson here, tower side, 4:35, taking on Bob Hickey, 4:72 over in the far lane. Final call for Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters re-entry round. Final call to 4, 5, and 6. 6 to 9-year-olds to lane 4, 10 to 12-year-olds to lane 5, and 13 to 17-year-olds in lane 6. to Stevenson as Hickey turns it 002 red. Goes 471.4 on the 472. Stevenson 432.9 on the 435 for the win. Brian Bensinger 473. Taking on Dalton Rolls 442 here at Tower Side. Win light, give it to Dalton Rolls, 444 with a 5 on a 442 with a 23 light. Bensinger breaks it out, 471.3 on the 473 with a 41 light in the losing effort. Oh, my buddy, Wayne, I'll never have a dragster again, Redro. Dialed 476 in his 2014 undercover dragster. Take on Larry Waters, 502 here at Tower Side. Oh, my buddy Redro, somebody go hide all the sharp objects, every sharp object from Wayne Redro. 008 red for the loss. As Waters has lots of issues. Tom Spangler, 483. Taking on Brent Martin here, Tower Side, 468. Win late, Brett Martin, 005 red, goes 465.1 on the 468. Spangler goes 13 red and 482.0 on the 483. Justin McGough, 493 over in the Lucas Oil lane, the Pro Torque lane here, Tower Side. Severn Johnson, 468. Severn cracks it 003 red, hide all the sharp objects from him as he throws away dead on with a 6. And Justin puts it 1 above 8. To be 83 total for the win. Paul Kelly, 458. Last night's runner-up. Take on Nick Reginella, 486 here, Tower Side. Winley, give it to Nick here, tower side. 17, 1 above 9 to take the win as Paul missed it big time and then breaks it out 7th out. Rel Sinclair over in the far lane, 525, taking on Dan Northrup. In the door car here, tower side, 582. Give the win to Sinclair, double breakout run. 524.4 on the 525 with a 14 late. Northrup 20 at the hit, goes 580 with a 7 on a 582. Jimmy DeChaco here, tower side, 442, taking on Joe Martin over the far lane, 464. Winley, give it to Martin, 008, 1 above 1 for the win. DeChaco, let go late, 35, then breaks it out, 440 with a 9 on a 442. Mike Lubanowski, 587 here, tower side, taking on Jeff Taylor, 471, back up for his second lap. .003 margin of victory. Give it to Lubanowski. Dead on with a 5 to be 13 total in the 3,000 margin of victory as Taylor is .004 and 1 above 2 for the loss. Jed Narr, 508 the dial, taking on David George, 467 here tower side. Narr's in trouble. Win late, David George, 468.5 on the 467 with a 14 late. Narr, 506.4 on the 508 with a 24 late for the loss. Dale Crouch, 457, taking on Mark Kelly, 452. Winlake, give it to Mark Kelly. Goes 15 up front, then 453.1 on the 452. Crouch, 458.8 on the 457 with a 21 late. Michael Carpenter back up again, 463, taking on Becky Mendenhall, 488. Tension the pits, tension the pits. We need re-entry round for no box doubles to 1 and 2, please. No box doubles for re-entry round to 1 and 2, please. At the stripe, give the win light to Michael Carpenter. 004 up front, puts it 1 above 9 for the win. Becky, 19 on the let go, goes 487.2 on the 488. Greg Hicks up again, 482, taking on Marty Martin, 457. Double breakout win, give it to Greg Hicks, 481.3 on the 482 with a 10 light. Marty, 454.6 on the 457 dial with a 13 light for the loss. Gerard Hamlick over in the Lucas Oil lane, 488. Rick Turkowski, 476 here, tower side. Windlay, give it to Hamlick, 002, dead on 6 to be 8 total. Turkowski, 14 on the let go, dead 4 to be 18 total, but no good here. Getting towards the end of Moore's Performance Transmissions round number 1 of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. John Taylor Jr. here tower side, 466. Jason Barrow, 451 over in the far lane. The true start win to John Taylor Jr. 006 red goes 467.2 on the 466. Jason 452.6 on the 451 with a 007 red reaction time. And that will bring up last night's winner, Cam Murray, 628. And we will conclude round number 1. We need red run sticker, no box, re-entry round to 1 and 2. Red run sticker, no box to 1 and 2 for re-entry round. Actually, we can go ahead and take all of no box reentry, all of no box reentry to 1 and 2, all of no box reentry to 1 and 2. And Murray, 625 of the 7 on a 628 with a 10 red light. And that concludes round number 1. We'll head into junior reentry. Junior dragster reentry round. Emma Corsentino here, tower side, turns it red, gives the win to Alexis Lusby. Lusby will move back in to the main event. Goes 12-19 with an 8 on 12-10. Emma 11.84.3 on 11.60. Mason Dudley trying to find his way back in after picking up the win last night, 8.93, taking on Landon Anderson, 8.92 here, tower side. Win light goes to Anderson. Last night's winner out of here already. 8.99.0 on the 8.92 with the 62 light. Dudley late at the hit, then can't run the number. 9.05.3 on the 8.93 dial. Sophia Curtis, 8.99 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Tower side, Austin Booker, 8.90. Get the win late to Austin. Goes dead on with a 7, but was very late. Sophia very early. Goes 9.014 on the 899. And Austin will move back on. Shane Connor up now, 890. Heads up dial with Camden Berry over in the Lucas Oil lane. And give the win to Camden, 893.9 on the 890 with a 44 late as Connor still finding that red bulb. Goes 902 with a 5 on an 890. Jackson Griner now, 824, taking on J.J. Schoenberger, 8 flat. Give the win to Jackson Griner, 828 with an 8 on 824 with a 38 light. JJ late at the hit, then breaks it out 3,799, 7 on the 8 flat dial. Once again, we've caught all of no box reentry, to 1 and 2. Looks like spillovers coming into 3 and 4 now. All of no box reentry. Nazir Wallace here, 798, taking on Carly Force, 792. Give the win to Carly, 10 up front, and then goes 799.8 on the 792. Nazir late at the hit, then puts it 1 above 4 for the loss. Madeline Brockmeyer here, Tower Side, 795 out of York, PA, taking on Laurel, Delaware's Ella Ketterman, 806 is her dial. Had the stripe, win leg, give it to Ella. Dead on with a 3 to be 68 total. Takes out Madeline's 76 reaction time. She goes 3 above 0 on the 795 dial. Ketterman moves back in. Charlie Blittersdorf here, Tower Side, 793. Noah James, 794. 005 margin of victory coming here tower side to Blittersdorf, 797.4 on the 793 dial with a 30 light. Noah, 796.9 on the 794 with a 50 light for the loss. Gabriella McCloskey with the bye run here, and that will conclude junior dragster re-entry round. So no box, you should be loaded up, ready to go. No box re-entry, you should be loaded up, ready to go. And with no box loading up, that's going to put top double door cars re-entry round on standby. Top double door cars re-entry round on standby. And Gabriella, 793 with a 5 on a 790 with a 63 light. So here we go, re-entry round for Roadrunner Race Fuels no box. We've got Scott Carpenter, 601 here, tower side in the Camaro, taking on Matthew Wachowski, 633 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Windley, give it tower side to Carpenter. 007 red goes 599.2 on the 601. Wachowski 10 red goes 630 with an 8 on a 633. Stan Pfeiffer here tower side, 674 taking on Chad Birch, 668. Little Mustang on Mustang crime. A happy hello to Mr. Dave Keaton in the chat bleachers. I want to thank again everybody watching at home on Diamond State Digital. I want to thank B&M Performance and Machining for providing the live feed sponsorship here this weekend. Give the win to Birch. 669.8 on the 668 dial. As Pfeiffer late at the light, then breaks it out of 10th. 665 on the 9 on 674. Mike Greiner back up in the Chevelle, 578. Taking on Will Marshall, 593. Marshall turns at 18 red, gives the win to Greiner. Greiner finds the green side of the tree, goes dead on with a 5. to be 22 total. And we'll move back into the main event. Nicholas Beeler here, El Camino, 733. Taking on Jason Parker in the Mustang, 624. And somebody ripping it on the big end. Give the win to the El Camino. 734 with a 3 on the 733 with the 46 light. The Mustang 56 at the hit. Breaks it out 9 thou. 623 1 on a 624 at 103. Harley Parsons in the Malibu. 676. Taking on Jeff Albach in the S10. 660. Winlight goes to Albach, dead on with a 9. Neither of those drivers were pretty. Albach, 90 total for the win. And Harley, way, way, way early. Bill Wackerman, 690, taking on Denny Renninger, 747. Wackerman, 15 red, gives Renninger this 007 start, and dead on 0 to be 7 total. Wackerman, 688.4 on the 690 for the loss. Marcus McClure, 684, taking on Todd Thoman, 636. At the straight, good the win light, the Thurman, 638 with a 4 on a 636 with a 39 late. McClure late at the hit, then breaks it out, 683.1 on the 684. Chris Beeler now in the Camaro, 650, taking on David Harris in the Chevelle, 607. Or, oh, nope, there he is. Harris turns it red, gives the win to Beeler. Beeler runs it on through, 648 with a 3 on a 650. Harris goes 608 with a 6 on a 607 in the losing effort. Next up, Jeff Skirdick, 838, taking on Kyle Kors, 774. Give the win to Kyle Kors, 775 with a 3 on a 774. As Skirdick dead on with a 0 but 16 red, no good. Caleb Klein up in the pickup, 651, taking on Steve Dustin here, tower side in the Mustang, 730. Give the win late to Steve Dustin, 731 with a 9 on a 730 with a 30 late. Klein breaks it out, goes 649, 8 on the 651 dial for the loss. Jimmy Stack, 629 in the Vega, taking on Jim Eastman here, tower side, 669. Double and 9 margin victory going to Jimmy Stack. He's 30 up front, goes 1 above 4 to be 44 total. Eastman 45 on the hit, goes dead on with an 8 for the loss. Win late, Kevin Render by 2 thou. 006 up front, goes 8 flat with a 9 on a 798. Travis Hill dead on with an 8, 29 at the hit, 37 total, no good. Kelly Klein, 656, taking on Terry Sack, 638 here, tower side. Winley give it to Sachs. 640 with a 7 on a 638 as Klein turns it red and then can't run the number. .004 margin victory going to Jesse Marshall, 679.9 on the 677 with a 13 late. Core, Dennis Core, 694.8 on a 694, but 38 at the hit, no good. Nelson Belot, 574 here in the FRBR house truck, taking on Layla Gockley, 736. Finds the green side and finds a win late by 007. Layla dead on with a 5, but that puts her 74 total for the loss. Belot goes 578.2 on the 574 when we move back in. Dennis Gerhardt in the wagon, 599, taking on Macy Stewart over in the Cutlass, 623. Dennis Gearhart pushing through the beams. That'll give Macy Stewart the free pass here. Attention the pits. Top double door car. Top double door car to 5 and 6, please. Top double door cars to 5 and 6, please. Top double door cars to 5 and 6, please. Get the win there to CJ Faraka. 008 goes 731.9 on the 730. Lane Baker 660 with a 1 on a 658. 601 the dial for Chris Culp. Oh. And dialing issue here, tower side. Good job by the crew member catching that. And give the win light to Chris Culp, 604 with a 1 on a 601 with a 34 light. Harold here, tower side, 606.2 on the 602, and late at the hit. Mikey Ulrich here, tower side, 730, 619 on the pickup in the far lane. Here comes the pickup in full control. Win light pickup, 21 total as it goes 2 above 1 with the trip zip starting reaction time. Mikey Ulrich here, tower side, 17 at the hit, then breaks out, 728 with a 5 on a 730. Rob Hockmiller, 578. Taking on Ray Fordyce, 665 in the pickup here, tower side. At the stripe, give the win light to Hockmiller. Double breakout win, 577.2 on the 578 dial with a 22 light. Fordyce goes 664.0 on the 665 with a 26 light for the loss. John Hindenburg in the Mustang, 656, taking on Paul Kapp here, tower side, 686. Win late, give it to John. 653.9 on the 656 dial. As Cap had the better reaction time, but took too much straight. 683.1 on the 686 for the loss. Nick Beeman, 604 here, Tower Side, taking on Dan Casey. 582 for the Mercury Capri. Winley, give it to Dan. 586.1 on the 582 with a 25 late. Beeman, 607.0 on the 604 with an 81 late. Tim Alback back up in the Camaro, 619 the dial, taking on Matt Wilson in the Camaro. Two different generation styles, 639. All right, go ahead and call all of, or we'll call red run sticker, no, top bulb to 1 and 2. We've called doubles. Now we need, to 5 and 6. 5 and 6, not 1 and 2. 5 and 6, red run sticker door cars for top bulb to 5 and 6 for the re-entry round. Give the win to Alback. 4 total, 4 dead 0. And Matt Wilson, wasting gas, 13 on the hit, goes 638.3 on the 639. Alback moves back in. Jack Fisk in the Camaro, 605, taking on Jenna Yarnall. Here, Tower Side, 671. So we've called doubles. Now we need red run sticker door cars to 5 and 6, please. Red run sticker door cars for re-entry round to 5 and 6. Winley, give it to Jenna. Dead on with a 7 to go 46 total. Fisk, 58 on the hit. No good. Goes 611 with a 0 on a 605. Lee Ratzkovich, 664 in the Mustang, taking on Jana Embley. 756 here, Tower Side in the Blazer. And we'll take all door cars for re-entry round for top bulb to 5 and 6. All door cars. Jana Embley, 006 red, throws away dead on 0 as Lee goes 665-0 on a 664 with a 40 light and moves back in. Mike Frantic, 633, taking on Jason Parker in the Mustang, 622. We need all re-entry cars for top bulb to 5 and 6. All re-entry door cars. All re-entry door cars to 5 and 6 for top bulb. Winley, give it to Frantic. 634.5 on the 633. As Parker, 625.8 on the 622. Joe Diedrich, 550, taking on Jeff Skerdick, 838 here, Tower Side. Give the win to Dedrick there. Dead on with a 9 to be 61 total. As Jeff here, tower side, 839 with a 5 on 838, but 53 at the light. Joe moves back in. Cam Murray back up 638, taking on Matt Wachowski, 632 here, tower side. Attention to the pits. I need double dragsters for re-entry round to 7 and 8. Double dragsters for re-entry round to 7 and 8. We've called all of door cars, now calling double dragsters to 7 and 8, please. And give the win there by 001 to Murray. 641 with a 3 on a 638 at 104. Wachowski 635-0 on a 632 for the loss. Chad Birch here, tower side, 667. And I believe Harley Parsons over in the far lane, 673. Ribbon on the big end, give the win to Chad Birch. 668.9 on the 667 on the 36 late. Parsons dead on with a 2, but 73 total for the loss. Will Marshall in the dart, 594, taking on Austin Young here, tower side, 618. Give the win to Will Marshall as Austin turns it 011 red. Marshall 590 with a 1 of 594 will move back in. So before we get into C2 competition converter and machining top ball re-entry round, I'm going to do a little track prep here, touch everything up. Again, want to thank all of our great sponsors here this weekend that have made this experience possible. Of course, FRBR Promotions, Andy and Shane and the team, for providing the best FRBR experience. It is the best experience in racing for all racers. I want to thank Access Insurance Agency for the racer meal that is live. I believe that started at 12 o'clock today. Blittersdorf's Automotive, the presenting sponsor here this weekend. B&M Performance for providing the live stream on Diamond State Digital. Our top ball sponsor, C2 Competition Converters and Machining. Competitive suspension for the round prizes. The title sponsor of the event, of the Independent Showdown, that's Daryl Tillman Realty Group. Junior Dragster sponsor, Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling. The buyback Italian Ice, thanks to ISC Sales Master. Tonight's Saturday night shootout with Morris Performance Transmissions. Big thank you to Nitro Graphics for providing the free water that's available at the base of the tower. Everybody needs to make sure they're staying hydrated. The Orth Family Racing for the free coffee. I got to cash in on that today myself. The Porta Tree Timing System Step Up Your Game promotion. Roadrunner Race Fuels for sponsoring the No Box class. Yesterday's donuts were brought to you by Southampton Long Island Hotel. And a lot of the different swag items courtesy of Summit Racing. So again, it takes a lot to put on events like these, and very thankful for the sponsors that have contributed. And thank you to all the racers who showed up here this weekend. We know it's a hot one, but we appreciate you sticking it out with us and being here to enjoy another great racing experience with FRBR Promotions. Door cars in 5 and 6, load up and get ready. Doors and cars in 5 and 6, load them up, get them ready. And we'll go ahead and give a call for all dragsters for the reentry round. All dragsters for the reentry round to 7 and 8. All dragsters for the reentry round. Here we go. First win late of the top reentry round goes to Brock Mosier. 544 with a 2 on the 543 with a 15 late. Rich Maganelli breaks it out. 585.5 on the 586 with a 38 late. Eric Fulton over in the Lucas Oil Lane. 568 taking on Jim Hughes here tower side in the pickup. 593. Win light, give it to Fulton. 004 goes 571.3 on the 568 as Hughes here tower side has issues all the way down the strip. Bill Groden here tower side, 672 for the big Pontiac, taking on Anthony Zegg in the Vega, 584. And Groden gets a Christmas present there. Goes 671 with a 5 on a 672. Has Zeg 582.0 on the 584 for the loss. Once again, we've called all dragsters to 7 and 8. All dragsters to 7 and 8. All of top reentry has been called. John Scott over in the far lane, 601. Tower side, Danny Northrup, 583 for the Vega. Northup turns it red, gives the win to Scott. 602 with a 4 and a 601 with a 28 light. Northup breaks it out. 580 with a 1 on a 583. Bob McCloskey in the pickup, 562, takes on Jason Anastosis here tower side, 503 in the Grand Am. McCloskey, 24 dead, 4 to be 28 total. Jason had the starting line advantage, but breaks it out 5 thou. Took 31 and needed to take 26 or less, and had that 002 to start. No good though. Cody Mariner, 573 here tower side, taking on Ben Saya, 593 for the Malibu. Saya dead on with a 7 to be 8 total. Mariner, no good. 35 on the let go. Goes 571.6 on the 573 for the loss. Caden Dorsey, 641 over in the far lane. Tower side, Scott Waters, 698. Waters to take the win. 11 on the light, goes 699.6 on the 698. As Dorsey, 002 red, goes 643.1 on the 641. Peter Morris and Evan Pouse give Pouse the true start win. Morris 11 red to Pouse 10 red. And Pouse 598 or 659 with an 8 on a 662. Morris 639 with a 0 on a 640 in the losing effort. Mike Barber 618 here tower side. Got down to 4 cars last night. Take on Mark Orlowski. 640 for the Vega. It's like a Vega invasion here this weekend. .002 margin of victory. Give it to Mike Barber. 11, dead 9 to be 20 total marks. 006 up front puts it 1 above 6 on the 640 dial and is no good. Barber back in. Brian Eastman, 646 the dial, taking on Caleb Klein in the pickup, 652. Winlake, Caleb Klein, 005 up front, goes 657.2 on the 652 at 97 mile an hour. Eastman breaks it out to Thau, 645 and an 8 on a 646, but was way late on the let go. Dean Nickerson, 639 here, Tower Side, taking on Aaron Them. Aaron, 586. Winlake goes to Aaron, 584 with a 4 on a 586 with a 14 late. Nickerson, 635 with a 6 on a 639. Out of here in the re-entry round. Travis Hill in the Mustang, 625, taking on Eric Tenney here, Tower Side, 656 the dial. Winlake goes to Travis Hill, 25 to the hit, goes 622.6 on the 625. Eric Tenney, 2 red, goes 655.3 on the 656. Regan Fox, 621, taking on Shane Jett here, Tower Side, 6 flat. Winlake give it to Shane Jett, 603 with a 5 on a 6 flat with a 24 late. Fox breaks it out, 619 with a 2 on a 621 for the loss. Rich Nowitzki, 583, taking on Greg Kelly here, Tower Side, 680. Give the win late to Rich. 584 with a 3 on a 583 with a 14 late. Kelly 679.0 on the 680 for the loss. Terry Benton Jr. 629 in the Camaro, taking on Brock Mosier here in the Vega Wagon. 543. At the stripe, Winlake, give it to Brock Mosier, 8 total, 7 dead 1, takes out Benton's dead 6 run. Benton, 22 total, but no good as Mosier laying it down in the re-entry round. Jacob Wilson, 633 for the Camaro, taking on the Delaware Destroyer. Danny Bastinelli, 550 for the Jerry Figs Camaro. Bastinelli Finds electricity in his lane, 551.0 on the 550 with a 10 late, 20 total. Takes out Wilson's 47 reaction time as Wilson breaks it out 632.3 on the 633 dial. Jake Narr over in the dragster 506, taking on Dan Waters 511 here Tower side. Winlight give it to Dan Waters, dead on with an 8 to be 27 total. Jake Narr, dead on with an 8 as well, but 13 red, no good. Becky Mendenhall, 487, taking on Tim Heaps here Tower side, 474. Give the win light to Becky. 486 with 7 on a 487 dial. Heaps turns to 006 red and throws away dead on 9. Dale Crouch, 459. Taking on Miguel Galinas, 493 here Tower side. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. We need Access Insurance Agency round number 2 of Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters to lanes 4, 5, and 6. 6 to 9-year-olds to lane 7. Car number 1812 will have the bye. 10 to 12-year-olds to lane 5. Car number N182 will have the bye. And lane 6, 13 to 17-year-olds, 111P will have the bye. Win late there goes to Rigel. Dead on with an 8 to be 12 total. Crouch was 008, breaks it out 9th on the big end for the loss. Once again, Junior Dragsters, round 2 to 4, 5, and 6. 6 to 9-year-olds to lane 4. 10 to 12-year-olds to lane 5. 13 to 17-year-olds to lane 6. 13 to 17-year-old bye is 111P. 10 to 12-year-old bye is N182. And 6 to 9-year-old bye is 1812. Jeff Taylor over in the far lane, 472. Tower side, Dana Beauchamp, 477. Beauchamp with a win. Dead on with a 3 to be 37 total. Jeff Taylor, 20 at the hit, goes 473 with a 9 on 472 for the loss. William Carroll over in the far lane, 497. Tower side, Mike Hoff, 469. Double breakout win. Give it to Mike Hoff. 468 with a 3 on a 469. Gets a Christmas present there from William Carroll. Carroll, 495 with a 7 on a 497 dial with a 15 reaction time. Hoff will move back in. Frank Lacate's tower side, 469, taking on Joe Baruch, 488 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Windlake, give it to Lacates. Or, excuse me, give it to Baruch. Baruch dead on with a 5 to be 21 total. Lacates, 15 at the hit. Can't run the number. 470 with an 8 on a 469 for the loss. Tower side, Caitlin Krause, 491, taking on Jason Amy, 521. Give the win to Caitlin, or excuse me, give the win to Jason. 521 with a 4 on a 521 to be 20 total. Caitlin breaks it out. Fourth thou, goes 490 with a 6 on a 491, and is out of here for today. John Dustin, 519 here, tower side, taking on Kevin Robb over in the far lane, 444. Win late goes with Kevin Robb, 445.9 on the 444 dial with a 007 late. Dustin here, tower side, 520 with a 4 on a 519, but a 26 late takes him out. Tom Spangler, 482. Tower side, Frank Zegg, 470. Zeg goes dead on with an 8 with a 14 reaction time to get back in. Spangler, 11 on the hit, but breaks it out 9 thou, 481-1 on the 482, and 143 for the loss. Brian Bensinger, 470. Bob Kalipski, here tower side, 446. Give the win to Brian, 007, 1 above 5 to take the 4th thou, margin of victory. Kalibski, 20 at the hit, goes dead 6 to be 26 total, and out of here in the re-entry round. Bob Hickey, 472 over in the far lane. Greg Parsons here, tower side, 479. Winley, give it to Parsons. 481 with the 9 off 479. Neither driver has a reaction time to write home about. But Hickey, 471 with the 4 off 472 for the loss. Rick Tchaikovsky, 476. Over in the RMP Racing Machine, Tower Side, Butch Booker, 481 the dial. Winlake, give it to Booker, 480 with an 8. On a 481 with a 27 like Tchaikovsky. Had the better reaction time, but couldn't blow it up. Goes 475 with the 3 on a 476 in the losing effort. Wayne Redrow up, 476 for the driver out of Newcastle, Delaware. Jimmy DeChaco here, Tower Side. The driver out of Hopewell, Connecticut, 441. Getting down to the very end of dragsters. If you're doubled and haven't got back, you need to get here now. Lanes 7 and 8. Junior dragsters should be in the lanes for round number 2. Winley, give it to Redrow. 475 with a 9 on a 476 with a 005 like DeChaco. Late again. Goes 440 with a 6 on a 441. Jason Barrow here, Tower Side, 452, taking on Haley Bowles, 453. And again, no driver has a reaction time worth writing home about, but give Haley the win. Dead on with a 4 to be 68 total. Barrow puts it 2 above 0 to be 96 total for the loss. Paul Kelly, 457, taking on Mike Morris, Tower Side, 447. Morris turns it red, throws away dead on 0 as Kelly 17 and breaking it out 4th out on the big end. Paul Kelly moves back in. Marty Martin, 456 in the dragster. Severn Johnson here, Tower Side, 468. Severn Johnson here, tower side. Lots of issues off the line. Gives the win to Marty Martin. 454 with a 0 on a 456. Severn out of here. Jeff Taylor back up again, 472, taking on Dan Northrup in the door car, 580 for the Vega. Give the win late to Danny Northrup by 004 margin of victory. He's 13 total, 3, 1 above 0. Jeff Taylor, 17 on the let go, dead 0. No good. Taylor can't find any luck here today. Jed Nahr over in the far lane, 507. Dale Crouch, 458 here, tower side. Winley give it to Dale Crouch, dead on with a 4 to be 81 total. Jed Nahr took a football field down there, and he will be out with that entry. Becky Mendenhall here, tower side, 487, taking on Eric Bowles at 655 in the Malibu. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need no box doubles for round 2 to 1 and 2. No box doubles for round 2 to 1 and 2. Double breakout win, give it to Becky Mendenhall. Identical 21 reaction time. She breaks it out 2 thou. 486.8 on the 487 dial. Bowles 651.3 on the 655 is out of here. So that will conclude the re-entry round here today for the Independent Showdown. I now need Blittersdorf's Automotive, round number 2 of Roadrunner Race Fuels, no box. Double entries to 1 and 2, please. Doubles to 1 and 2, please. And with that, the shootout sign-up is officially open. If you didn't find electricity in the re-entry round or first round, now's a great chance for you to get in on some more racing action. And if you are still in, you want to get in on the shootout, you can still do that too. So... Winlight, give it to Jamison, 14:57 with a 2 on a 14:50. Kara runs out, 12:07 with a 5 on a 12:18. Had the starting line advantage by a considerable amount, but could not do the finish line like she needed. Noah Dustin, 12:24, taking on Alexis Lusby, 12:15 here, Tower Side. Slight issue down on top end with one of our juniors making the corner a little too tight. So track crews responding to that, checking on the driver and everything. Sounds as if everything is okay. And all is well on top end, so we fire the juniors back up. Get back to racing action. Again, Alexis Lesby here, tower side, 12:15, taking on Noah Dustin, 12:24. And attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need all of no box. All of no box. To 1 and 2, please. All of no box. All of no box. For round number 2 of competition, to 1 and 2, please. Noah Dustin grabbing the win there as Alexis turns it red. And Dustin goes 12:28 with a 2 at 52 mile an hour on the 12:24 dial. Lesby dead on with a 0, but red and no good. Darren Hill here, tower side, 978, taking on Camden Berry, 893. Get the win light to Camden. 894 with a 9 on, 893 with a 40 light. Darren late at the hit goes 981-2 on a 978 for the loss. Danica Dustin 903 taking on Paisley Anderson 892. And give the win to Paisley, 905 with an 8 on 892 with a 15 late. Danica 908 with a 1 on 903 and was late at the hit. Reagan Ketterman 913 for the driver out of Laurel, Delaware, taking on Landon Anderson here, tower side, 892 for the driver out of York, Pennsylvania. Give the win to Reagan, 006 margin of victory. She goes 917 with a 5 on a 913 with a 69 late. Landed a little late at the hit, goes 893-1 on the 892 for the loss. Austin Booker up now, 890 the dial, taking on Hunter Ward, 907. And once again in no box, car number 187 is the wait and see by. We've called all in no box to the lanes, and 187, car 187, you are the wait and see by. Give the win to Austin Booker. 893 with a 6 on an 890 with a little bit of a later late. Hunter Ward turns it red, goes 909 with a 6 on a 907. Shane Daly, 802. over in the Lucas Oil lane. Tower side, Troy Steinke, 890 here Tower side. Actually, Troy is on the buy run. My apologies. Billy gave me bad information in the computer. And Troy, 003 on the buy run, showing why he's got it. Goes 903 with a 9 on 890 dial. Shane Daly up now, 802 the dial, taking on Tyler Lusby here, Tower side, 8 flat. And drivers, if you're down the lanes, 1 and 2, don't start suiting up just yet. We're going to do a little bit of track prep. We're going to have about 5 minutes or so of track prep. So drivers in the lanes, don't load up just yet. Don't load up just yet. I know it's hot out there, so we don't want you sweltering inside of a car while we do some track prep. And somebody ripping on the loud pedal down there. Give the win to Tyler Lusby. 009, dead 4 to be 13 total. Takes out Shane Daly's 22 reaction time. Shane, 8 flat with a 5 on an 802 dial for the loss. Logan Anderson up now, 793, taking on Jordan Nelson, 793 heads up dial. Win late to Logan Anderson, double breakout. 13 on the tree. Goes 791 with a 4 on a 793. Jordan Nelson, 788.8 on the 793 dial for the loss. Trevor Ulrich, 794 in the Mike Boss here on the Tower side. Malia Curtis and her Mike Boss, 791 over in the Lucas Oil lane. And Malia in full control here. Dead on with a 7 to be 60 total. Could have been double that and still got the win. Ulrich, 791 with a 2 on a 794 for the loss. Jackson Griner, 828 here, Tower side, taking on Madison Schonberger. 813 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Jackson just a hair too early. 002 red. Give the win to Madison. Madison, 15 on the hit, goes to 8.08 with an 8 on 8.13. Griner just rolls it on through. Carly Force, 792. Towerside Gabriella McCloskey, 793. Had the straight, good the win to Carly. 801 with a 5 on a 792. As McCloskey breaks out, 791 with a 0 on a 793. Jillian Kleinfelter, 805, taking on Charlie Blittersdorf here, Towerside, 793. Charlie's got the advantage here. Charlie's got the win late. 791 with a 6 on a 793. Jillian, 8022 on the 805 dial for the loss. Ella Ketterman up here now, 807, taking on Mallory Stewart, 798 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. And Ella Ketterman's going to get the true start win here. She's 005 red, goes 8059 on the 807 dial. Mallory Stewart goes 7917 on the 798, was 009 red. Ella moves on. And Nia Parsons here, Towerside, 797. Once again, we got some track prep coming up here for about 5 minutes, so drivers out in the lanes, just stick near your cars, please. And I had 802 with a 1 on a 797 to round out round number 2, Access Insurance. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. We got a racer in need. Racer in need. If you have a front spindle for a half-scale junior dragster, please bring it to either the tower or to Chris Aquino's trailer, if you know where that is. If you don't, bring it to the timing tower, and we will be sure that they get it. A front spindle for a half-scale junior dragster. If you have one of those, the Aquinos are looking for one. Thank you. Drivers in 1 and 2, load up and get ready. Drivers in 1 and 2, load them up, get them ready. Chris Aquino. Chris Aquino, we have a spindle for you. If you can come back to the bottom of the timing tower, we have a half-scale spindle for you. Chris Aquino. We have a spindle for you at the bottom of the timing tower. If you can come back up. Here we go. Round 2. Roadrunner Race Fuels no box. Nicholas Beeler 733. Taking on Marty Flagel 571. Beeler with the starting line advantage and the win. Dead on with a 4 to be 25 total. Locks out Flagel's 27 reaction time. So Marty done with that entry here in round 2. At the stripe, give the win light to Bob DeYoung. 10 total, 4 dead, 6 takes out Gary Sempers. Sempers, 31 total, 27 up front. Dead on with a 4, but no good. Ray Barlow now, 604 in the Mustang, taking on Matt Consiglio in the Nova, 672. Give the win to Matt. 674.3 on the 672 for the win. Barlow breaks it out. Had the better reaction time, but took too much stripe there. Took 41 or took 40, needed to take 29 or less, and he won't be moving on. Kevin Render, 8 flat here in the Malibu, taking on Kyle Core, 777. Core gets the win, 773 with a 7 on a 777 dial with a 31 light. Kevin, 006 red, goes 793.9 on 8 flat. Stan Pfeiffer here, tower side, 665, taking on Kyle Robb, 602. Kyle got down to 3 cars last night. And a lot of ripping on the loud pedal down there on the big end. Give the win to Kyle Robb, 605 with a 5 on a 602 with a 23 light. Pfeiffer's 27 at the hit, goes 670 with an 8 on a 665 for the loss. Steve Dustin here, tower side, 728, taking on Macy Stewart in the Cutlass, 624. Win leg goes to Steve Dustin, 729.9 on the 728 with a 50 light. Stewart breaks it out, 623.1 on the 624 for the loss. Jeffrey Santine, 537, taking on Denny Renninger here, tower side in the Cutlass, 747. And Santine with issues, give the win to Renninger, almost messed it up, goes 748 with a 9 on 747 with a 17 light. Santine, again, with issues. Jimmy Stack in the Vega, 629. Emily Allback in the Camaro, 618. Jimmy Stack with the win. 630 with a 0 on a 629 with a 41 light. Emily, 47 at the hit, breaks it out. 616 with an 8 on a 618 for the loss. On the Coors Demons over there, 702 the dial, taking on Jeff Alback here, tower side, 660. Double breakout win. Give it to Jeff Alback, 659 with a 4 and a 660 with a 13 light. The Dart, 699 with a 1 on a 7 flat for the loss. Mike Franick, 635, taking on Scott Carpenter here, tower side, 6 flat. Franick with the win, 009, then goes 630 with a 2 on a 635. Carpenter, 006 red, goes 6024 on the 6 flat. Chris Beeler, 649 in the Camaro. Mike Greiner in the Chevelle, 578. Dead on with a 1 is Greiner, and it saves him. 53 total, takes out Beeler. Beeler, 41 at the hit, goes 52-4 on the 649 in the losing effort. Chad Birch in the Mustang, 667, taking on Terry Sachs in the Camaro, 639. At the stripe, give the win light to Birch, 670 with a 4 on a 667 with a 33 light. Sachs 641-2 on the 639 for the loss. Jesse Marshall Tower side in the Barracuda, 677, taking on Russ Archer in the Aspen Wagon, 691. At the stripe, win light, Aspen Wagon, 694-0 on the 691. With a 23 light, Jesse Marshall, 682-7 on the 677 dial for the loss. Jamie Colon, 593 in the Camaro, taking on Rich Pennington here, Tower side, 628. Jamie turns it 11 red. Give the win to Pennington. Pennington 622-0 on the 628 with a 28 light. We'll move on. Cologne 594-6 on the 593. Dan Casey in the Capri 583 taking on Kyle Harrell here Tower side 648 the dial. At the straight double breakout win, give it to Dan in the Capri. 582-1 on the 583 dial. Kyle Harrell, 647-1 on the 648. CJ Faraka here, Tower side. 731 taking on Todd Thoman in the Nova, 636. Give the win to Thoman. He's 009. Goes one above 6 to be 25 total. CJ 47 on the hit. No good. Goes 729-1 on the 731. Jake Nar 551 taking on Steve Dickey. 636 here Tower side in the Camaro. Win light, give it to Nar, 25. Breaking it out 1 thou on the big end as Dickey turns it 006 red, goes 635.3 on the 636. Stacy Orth, 595 here tower side, taking on Kurt Hollins, 614 in the Camaro. Win light, give it to Stacy in the double breakout run. 594 with an 8 on a 595. Holland 613 with a 1 on a 614 with a 10 light, but takes too much stripe. Kind of uncharacteristic of Kurt. Jordan Smika 682. Taking on Ronald Myers here, tower side, 613 in the Camaro. Win light, give it to Myers. 607 with a 7 on a 613, as neither driver will add that time slip to their wall of fame. Sam Koonsman on the bike, 557, taking on Theodore Myers here, tower side, 598 for the red Camaro. Win light goes to the bike, 44 up front, then 556.5 on the 557 dial. As Myers turns it red, he goes 596.0 on the 598. Evan Poust in the wagon, 661, taking on Nelson Belot in the FRBR house truck, 576 the dial. Win light, give it to Poust in the wagon, 661.7 on the 661 dial to be 27 total. Belot, 19 on the hit, but can't run the number. 578.0 on the 576 for the loss. Soggy Dunn, 634 in the Camaro, taking on Shannon Dice Girl Fordyce, 636 here tower side. Give the win light to Dice Girl. 1 above 7 to be 21 total. Takes out Soggy's 46 reaction time as he breaks it out, 632.6 on the 634. Jeannie Northrup here, tower side, 592. The pickup over in the far lane, 621. Windlake goes to the truck, 622 with a 4 on a 621 with an 18 light. Genie turns it red and then breaks it out, 589.7 on the 592. Towerside, Jenna Yardell, 671. Farlane in the Mustang, James Crouch, 695. Windlake, give it to Jenna, 671 with a 9 on a 671 to be 45 total. Crouch late at the hit, goes 696 with a 9 on a 695 for the loss. Windlake goes to Robert Smith, 16 total for the win. Jeff Stewart, 14 on the hit, goes one above 3 to be 27, but no good. Scott Emily in the pickup, 656, takes on last night's winner, Nathan Mendenhall, 628. And Mendenhall getting away with one there as Embley turns it 003 red, and Mendenhall has issues. Embley out of here in round 2. Kevin Mendenhall up now, 620 in the Chevy 2, taking on Bobby Pip in the Mustang, 741. Give the win to Kevin Mendenhall. 16 on the tree, goes 617.7 on the 620. Pip turns it red, goes 741 with the 6 on the 741 dial for the loss. We need attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Blittersdorf Automotive, round number 2 of C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. We need double entered door cars to 1 and 2, please. Double entered door cars to 1 and 2. Rob Snyder in the Granada here, tower side, 636, taking on Dennis Core in the Dodge, 694. Double entered door cars to 1 and 2 for top bulb. And Snyder grabs the win, dead on with a 7 to be 44 total. Seems to be a theme here today. I bet that's the 5th or 6th one. Dennis Cord dead on with a 3 to be 54 total, but no good. Andrew Bracudo in the Firebird, 634, taking on Alan Yunt here towered side, 598 the dial. Once again, double entered door cars for top bulb to 1 and 2, please, for round number 2 of competition. Double breakout win goes to Alan Yunt, 597.2 on the 598 dial with the 26 late. Bercudo, 631.4 on the 634 dial for the loss. Terry Benton Jr. in the Camaro, 633. Tower side, Joanna Crouch, 590 for her Camaro. Win light goes to Benton Jr. 629 with a 6 on a 633 with an 11 light. Crouch 007 red goes 588.3 on the 590 for the loss. Robert Dames in the Chrysler 868 taking on Robert Reinert Jr. here tower side, 627 for the Chevy twice. Win late goes to Reiner. 624 with a 0 on a 627 with a 12 late as the Chrysler, the big Chrysler, turns it red and then breaks it out big time. Jeremy Kleinfelter, 690 here tower side. Bill Wackerman in the Camaro, 690 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Winley goes to Wackerman. 001 up front. Then gets the job done on the big end. 697 with a 9 on a 690 as Kleinfelter elated the hit. Then goes 693.7 on the 690. Nicholas Beeler, 733 for the El Camino, taking on John Hindenburg. 655 for the Mustang. Winlight, give it to Beeler. 3 over with a 0, makes him 77 total, takes out the 87 reaction time of Hindenburg as he goes 97 total in the loss. Ray Barlow, 604 here, tower side, taking on Travis Hill and the Mustang, 625 the dial. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. We need a steering rack for a half-scale junior dragster, a steering rack for a half-scale junior dragster. If you have a spare one of those, bring it to the timing tower, and we'll make sure that it gets to where it needs to go to. If anybody has a steering rack for a half-scale junior dragster, we will make sure that gets to where it needs to go. Ray Barlow with the win, dead on with a 5 to be 55 total. Travis Hill puts a 5 above 3 in the losing effort. Eric Bowles over in the far lane, 653. Kevin Render here, tower side in the Malibu, 797. Win light, give it to Kevin Render with the True Start win, 001 red, and breaking it out 2 thou. The Malibu's dialed in. Far lane, 651 with the 7 bowls red and breaking it out. Gary Sempers in the Mustang 570 taking on Chris Culp 601. Final call for double door car. Final call for double door car to 1 and 2. First call going out for all door cars in top bulb. All top bulb door cars to 1 and 2. All top bulb door cars to 1 and 2. Final call for doubles. All top bulb door cars to 1 and 2, please. Win light, get it to Sempers, 13, goes 568, 1 on the $570. Colt turns at 12 red and goes 598, 8 on the 601. Rob Hockmiller, 577, taking on Bob DeYoung here, tower side, 585. Win light, give it to Hockmiller. 578, 2 on the 577 as Bob DeYoung turns at 21 red, throws away dead on 1. Will Marshall in the dark, 593, taking on Kevin Core here, tower side, 7 flat in the Demon. Win light, give it to Kevin Core, 003, 2 above 4 to be 27 total. Will Marshall, 003, but then has issues and cannot run the number. Ed races 622 in the Malibu, tower side, Marty Flagle, 570. Double 009 margin victory, give it to Marty Flagle, which matches his 009 reaction time and makes him 39 total. Ed, 2 above 6 on the 22 reaction time for the loss. Jeff Albach, 659, taking on Cam Murray, 641. Win light goes to Murray, dead on with a 6 to be 33 total. Albeck, 32 at the hit, had to be dead 0. Breaks it out 2 thou. Pretty much had to take nothing to win there. Lee Ratskovich in the Mustang, 666, taking on Steve Dustin, 727 in the Mustang. Battle of the 68s. Three thou margin of victory given to Steve Dustin, 18, 1 above 7 for the win, as Lee, 25 at the hit, goes 1 above 3 to be 38 total and no good. Denny McCloskey, that beautiful wheel standing Firebird, 662, taking on Kurt Holland in the Camaro, 613. Winlight, give it to Kurt Holland, 008, dead 5 to be 13 total. McCloskey, 13 at the hit, literally had to take nothing for the win. Goes 661.3 on the 662 for the loss. Macy Stewart in the Cutlass, 623. Tower Side in the Camaro, 602. Tower Side gets the win, 604.4 on the 602 with a 15 light. Macy 004, but breaks it out 2 thou. Took 37, had to take 35 or less. Chris Beeler, 651, taking on Kyle Core, 774. Core with the win, 777 with a 2 on a 774 with a 17 light. Beeler, 654 with a 7 on a 651 with a 41 light for the loss. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. We need double dragsters to 5 and 6, please. Double dragsters to 5 and 6, please. Tim Albeck getting the win there, courtesy of True Start. Goes 618.0 on the 617 with a 001 red reaction time. Kyle Robb, 603.3 on the 602. Chad Birch in the Mustang, 667. Jeffrey Santine on the bike, 539. And this is going to be a good one at the stripe. Winlight, give it to the bike. 009, dead on 4 to be 13 total. Chad Birch, 001, puts it 2 above 4 for the loss. Todd Thurman, 637, taking on Jordan Smika here Tower Side in the Blazer, 679. Don't forget, if you're looking for a late lunch or an early dinner, the racer meal is available. Take your slip down to the concession stand thanks to Access Insurance Agency. Give the win to Todd Thoman, 19, 2 above 7 for the win as Jordan late at the hit and can't run the number 684-1 on 679. If you're looking for an extra meal with the racer meal, head to the bottom of the timing tower, grab your extra meal for only $5. $5. You can't eat for anywhere at $5 anymore. Can't get a foot long at Subway for $5. You can't order off the dollar menu at McDonald's for $5 anymore. But you can eat at an FRBR race for $5. Win late, give it to Jamie. 595.4 on the 594 with a 16 late. Russ Archer in the Aspen Wagon breaks it out 1,691.9 on the 692 for the loss. Jimmy Stack 629 taking on Dan Casey in the Capri 582. Once again, the shootouts are still available. Shootout sign-up still available to start after 4th round of the main event. If you want to sign up, there's still some spots available. Head to the bottom of the timing tower. The Saturday night shootouts, we still have some spots available. Head to the bottom of the timing tower. Give the win there to Dan Casey in the Capri, 840 or 584 with an 8 on a 582 with an 11 light. Jimmy Stack, 35 at the hit, breaks it out 5,628.5 on the 629 at 107. Joe Dedrick, 549, taking on Jeff Stewart in the Chevelle, 633. As we're coming to the end of No Box. Win late, give it to Jeff Stewart, 631 with a 6 on a 633 with a 13 late. Dedrick, 548 with a 9 on a 549, but 13 red ends his day. And Mike Franick, 632, will get the bye here. And a little bit last minute track prep here. So guys down at 1 and 2, if you're loaded up, go ahead and get out, get cooled off. We're going to do some track prep here, last minute track prep. We apologize. So drivers down the lanes, you can get out, just stay with your cars. Drivers in the lanes, you can get out, just stay with your cars. Franick, 10 red, goes 627.4, and the 632 goes into round number 3. So we'll head into Blittersdorf Automotive round number 2 of C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. And we just finished up round 2 of Blittersdorf's Automotive, round 2 Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box.
Trivia! First person to bring sunscreen to the base of the tower gets a gift card. Sunscreen.
All right, you heard it from Paisley. First person to bring sunscreen to the base of the tower, some sunscreen to the base of the tower, wins a gift card. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's very hot out there today, so let's make sure you're staying hydrated with the proper nutrients, such as water, Gatorade, Powerade. Free water is available at the base of the timing tower, courtesy of Nitro Graphics, so make sure you go down there and get some hydration if you need it. Drivers in the lanes, load them up. Drivers in the lanes, load them up. And while it's quiet, before we get ready to start Top ET, I want to take a moment to stop and remember a young man we lost way too soon, 2 years ago today. Our hearts, our thoughts, our prayers still continue to be with the Sarah family, as Sean Sarah tragically lost his life way too early 2 years ago today. And we still remember him and honor him, and drivers have done it here this weekend by throwing that 139 dial-in on their car whenever they get a bye run and making sure Sean's legacy and memory lives on forever. And we want to thank all the racers that make that possible by honoring him. And just want to take a moment here before we get into Top ET racing action, where Sean would have been, without a doubt. And look forward to continuing his legacy and his memory in the racing family for years and years to come. So here we go. Blittersdorf's Automotive round number 2 of C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. Brock Mosier, 543 on the Vega wagon, taking on Antoine Jett in the Camaro 609. Winlight, give it to Antoine Jett. Dead on with a 2-6-pack. Takes out Brock Mosier's 14-pack. And carries on to the next round. What a lap by both of those drivers. I need all dragsters to 5 and 6. Please, all dragsters to 5 and 6, please, for round number 2 of competition. Daryl Tillman, 551 in the Corvette, taking on Michael Zegg, 578 here, Tower side. Winlight, give it to Zegg. Dead on with a 1 to be 8 total. Tillman 005 red and breaking out 549.7 on the 551 with a 005 red light. Eric Fulton 568 taking on Shane Jett 603. Attention in the pits. Anybody that's a new entry that's getting a new entry time run for the shootout, that will be after we run third round of no box. We will run the time run for new entries in the shootout. And then the shootout will start after fourth round is completed. If you want to get in the shootout for top no box or juniors, head to the base of the timing tower and get signed up. Winlight, give it to Eric Fulton. Dead on with a 4 to be 21 total. Shane Jett, 38, no good. Breaks it out, 6014 on the 603. Ben Saya, 594 on the Malibu, taking on Bob Murphy the third, 638 here, Tower side in the S10. Ben's going to need to say a prayer. And he did, and it got it done. Got it done. Wow. 591.2 on the 594 gets the win. Bob Murphy the third. I would recommend hiding all sharp objects. He took 06 straight and needed to take 58 or less for the win. Ben Saya moving on. John Reed, 627, taking on Turtle Ziegler here, Tower side, 699. Winlight, give it to Turtle. 41 at the hit. Puts it way above as John Reed has issues. 23 at the tree, can't run the number. Bob McCloskey, the beautiful S10 561, taking on Mike Barber. Barber the killer, 617 here, Tower side. Give the win to Bob McCloskey, 559.6 on a 561 with a 17 late. Barber, 28 at the hit, goes 6:15.4 and a 6:17 for the loss. Robert Dames, you are the lucky loser for no box in round 2. Head to the timing tower and grab your prize. And Mark Orlowski, you are a lucky loser for first round. So head to the timing tower and grab your prize. John McClure here, tower side. Taking on James Carty, 565. Winlight Carty has McClure, 008 red. And Carty puts it 1 above 1 to be 16 total. McClure, 575.3 on the 571, ends his day. We've called all of top to the lanes, all of top to the lanes. We've called all of door cars and all of dragsters. John Scott over in the far lane. Tower side, Dan Galinas, 617 in the convertible Porsche. Winlight, give it to John Scott, 603.9 on the 602, as Galinas will need to be escorted around for a little while and keep all the sharp objects. Maybe find somewhere he can take that time slip and light it on fire. Not good. We'll just be polite. Rich Maganelli, 586 in the Camaro, taking on Andy Parcell here, tower side in the Willys, 568. Winlight goes to Rich as Parcell has big-time starting line issues. Rich, 585 with a 6 on the 586 for the win. Laura Truitt back up from Whaleyville, Maryland in the Chevelle, taking on the T-Bird of Jack Grader, 532. Laura Truitt in full control. Winlight, Laura Truitt, 21 total. She's tripped, 2 above 1 for the win. Grabs that brake pedal, brings that T-Bird right to her. Grader, 37 on the hit, breaks it out 6th thou on the big end. Truitt moving on. Mark Manley, 612 in the Chevy 2, taking on Jake Morris in the pickup, 623. Get the Winlight to Mark Manley. 610 with a 9 on a 612 with an 18 light. Morris turns a 007 red and then goes 621.6 on the 623. Remember, if you're not finding electricity here in round 2, your day doesn't have to be done. You can go and grab yourself an entry into the Morris Performance Transmissions Shootout here tonight at the base of the timing tower. That'll start after 4th round of competition. Barry Souter up in his beautiful Nova here, tower side, 681, taking on Aaron Tim in that beautiful Vega, 585. Winlake, give it to Aaron. She found the mojo again. 22 total. Souter, 001 up front. Took 25 stripe, needed to take 21 or less. Breaking it out, 4th thou. Fran DeChico, 577 in the Dodge Daytona, taking on David Wing in the Tower side, 609. Winley, give it to Chico. 008, dead 2 to be 10 total. Takes out Wings, 27 reaction time, dead on 1. Good lap by Wing, but not good enough. Scott Waters, 699. Taking on Evan Poust in the wagon. Dialed 661. Maybe not. Poust with issues getting backed off. Waters takes it on through for the win. Brett Nordadoy, 646, taking on Skylar Stump, 563 here Tower side. Get the win to Brent. 647 with a 2 on a 646 with a 22 light. Stump turns at 12 red. Goes 561.5 on the 563. Tower side, Doug Milner, the Pretzel Man, 557, taking on Rich Nowitzki, 584. Nowitzki turns at 10 red, gives the win to Milner. Milner, 554 with a 5 on a 557. We'll move on. Tower side, the radio man, Billy Groton, 685, taking on Caleb Klein in the pickup, 652. And Billy G doesn't have it on the right channel. Goes 681.5 on the 685 with a 007 reaction time for the loss against Caleb Klein, who's 17, dead 8 for the win. Groton will have to go back and try to fix the radio. Danny Bastinelli, 550, taking on Austin Yunt, 617 here at Tower side. 006 margin of victory. Give it to the one-eyed wonder, Danny Bastinelli. 549 with a 5 on a 550 with a 12 reaction time. Austin Yunt, 18 at the hit, goes 616 with a 5 on a 617 dial. Bastinelli moves on another round. Vaughn Dunn in the Camaro, 567, taking on Erica Grader, 589 in the Mustang. Down at the straight, wind light, give it to Dunn. Dead on with a 6 to be 20 total. Grader 38 on the let go, no good. Breaks it out to Thou on the big end at 113 for the loss. James Laro in the pickup, 667, taking on Bill Groton, 671 for the big Pontiac GTO. Winley, give it to Laro. 001 red on both sides. He goes 665-2 on the 667 dial. Big Bill, 671.5 on the 671, but no good with that 001 red reaction time. Him and Billy G will have to find the AM/FM settings here for Maple Grove Raceway. Steve Sisko in the Cavalier, 602 the dial. Take on Jeff Krasinski, 569. Give the win light to Krasinski. Dead on with a 2 to be 7 total. Cisco, 11. Thanks for playing. Have a good day. Breaks it out 14,000. 6 flat with a 6 on a 602. Travis Hill, 626 in the Mustang, taking on Nelson Belot, 572 for the FRBR house truck rental ride. Double 08 margin of victory. Give it to Nelson Belot. Dead on with a 7 to be 18 total. Travis Hill, 005, puts it 2 above on the dial of 626 with a 1. No good. 26 total for Travis Hill. Jim Fordyce, 481 here, Tower Side, taking on Mark Cathell, 628 for the driver out of Laurel, Delaware. And Cathell move on another round. Still in the 20s. Going to need to roll some more out. Breaks out 5,000. 627 with a 5 on 628. Fordyce 13 red. Goes 480 with a 1 on a 481. Cathell moves on to round number 3. Denny McCloskey 662 taking on Matt Consiglio. 673 for the Nova. Win light, give it to Consiglio. Trip zip, 1 above, 2 to be 12 total. McCloskey, 31 on the hit. No good. Goes 659.9 on the 662 dial. Eric Tenney in the dart, 656. Taking on last night's winner, Cam Murray, 631. Win light, give it to Eric Tenney, double breakout, 655.8 on the 656 dial, and 11 light. Murray ends his run in second round, 630 with an 8 on a 631 for the loss. Antoine Jett, 609, taking on Cody Mariner. Mariner, 572 the dial for the Malibu. Mariner with the starting line advantage and the win light. Dead on with a 5 to be 18 total and take the 5 thou margin of victory over Antoine Jett. Jett's 32 at the hit, breaks it out 9 thou in the losing effort. Larry Patton, 750 here tower side in the S10, taking on John Reed in the Coronet, 627. At the stripe, double breakout win. Give it to John Reed. Breaks it out 1 thou, was 004 up front. Patton breaks it out 47 with a 4 on a 50 dial with a 16 light and won't move on. Daryl Tillman in the Corvette, 550 the dial, taking on Dan Northrup, 580 here tower side in the Vega. Win light, give it to Northrup. 34 total on the lap. Tillman can't run the number 552 with a 2 on a 550. And he is out of here in round number 2. Brock Mosier back up in the Vega wagon, 542, taking on Antoine Jett, or Shane Jett in the Monte Carlo, 6 flat. Win light, give it to Mosier. Dead on with a 0 to be 19 total on the lap at 128. Jett, 2 above 0 to be 37 total, but no good. Mosier moving on. And with that, we've made the crossover to the long and skinnies. Mike Yarnell here, tower side, 464. taking on Gerard Hamlick, 488 over in the far lane. Windley, give it to Yarnell. 002 margin of victory going his way. 11 up front, goes 466. 1 on the 464 dial. As Hamlick, 19 on the hit, goes 489.5 on the 488. Greg Hicks in the dragster, 482. Tower side, Dan Waters, 511. Get the win lay there to Greg Hicks. Dead on with a 5 to be 17 total. Locks out Dan Waters' 25 reaction time. Dead on 9. And Hicks moves on. John Taylor, 467. Taking on Mike Hoff, 469. Almost heads up dial. Hoff with the win there, 008, goes 470 with a 3 on a 469. Taylor late at the hit and then breaks it out 5 thou on the big end. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Junior dragsters. We need the lanes 4, 5, and 6. 4, 5, and 6. 6 to 9-year-olds to 4, 10 to 12-year-olds to 5, and 13 to 17-year-olds to 6. In the 6 to 9-year-old class, it'll be 18-12 with the bye. P111 in the 10 to 12-year-old class. and 611X in the 13 to 17-year-old class. Give the win there to Joe Martin. He's dead on with a 3 to be 17 total. Larry Waters, 008 up front, breaks it out 3 thou on the big end. Took 12, had to take 9 or less. Becky Mendenhall, 486 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Jason Hoff, 437 here tower side. Once again, Junior Dragsters, third round, B&M Performance and Machining, round number 3 of Grindner Brothers Heating and Cooling. Junior Dragsters, we need you to lanes 4, 5, and 6, please. 6 to 9-year-old buy will be 1812. 10 to 12-year-old buy will be P111. And 13 to 17-year-old buy will be 611X. Randy Krause up now, 490, taking on Marty Martin, 456. Winley, give it to Marty. 10 dead 0 to be 10 total. Kraus, dead on with a 9, but 27 in the hit, 36 total, no good. Don Matson, 492 over in the far lane. Tower side, Doc Daughtery, 509. Winley, give it to Don Matson, 007, puts it 1 above 7 for the win. Has Daughtery, 510 with a 6 on a 509 with a 25 light and the losing effort. Zach Rothenberger, 497 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Tower side, Brent Martin, 468. Winley goes to Rothenberger. 16 total, trip zip up front. Martin, 13 red, breaks it out, 466.3 on the 468. Frank Zegg, 470 here, tower side, taking on Jason Amy in the far lane, 521. Give the win late by 002 over to Jason Amy. 522 with a 3 on a 521 with a 39 late. Zeg 471-2 on a 470. But late at the hit, 42, not too bad off of Amy's 39. Neither driver super impressive. Butch Booker here, tower side, 480 the dial. Taking on Kevin Robb, 445 over in the far lane. And Butch turns it 003 red. Goes dead on with a 6, throws that one away. Kevin Robb, 14 at the hit, 14 above to be 28 total and moving on. Mike Lubanowski, 587 in the Corvette, taking on Chris Spanky Wilson in the Dragster, 447. Win late, give it to Spanky. Dead on 0 to be 23 total. Has Mike 20 on the red side, then puts it 1 above 0 for the loss. Connor Hebig, 478. Tower side, Brian Crump, 495. And give the win to Connor. 1 above 0 to be 29 total. Locks out Crump's 34 reaction time. As Crump breaks it out as well. 493-3 on the 495. Raquel Galinas, 492 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Pro Torque lane here, tower side. Greg Parsons, 479. Give the win to Greg Parsons here, tower side, 002, goes 482-3 on the 479. Rigel, 17 at the hit, can't run the number, 499-2 on the 492 for the loss. Damian DiStefano over in the far lane, 523, tower side, Dana Beauchamp, 477. Winley, give it to Damian, 524 the 1 on a 523. As Beauchamp turns a 002 red and throws away 1 above 0. Get the win to Joe Baruch, dead on with a 9 to be 28 total. Dalton Rolls, dead on with a 7 to be 49 total and no good. Vina Martin, 470. Over in the far lane, tower side, Carl Stevenson, 437. At the stripe, get the win to Stevenson, 442 with the 3 on the 437. As Martin, 476.5 on the 470. Late at the hit, no good. Mark Kelly, 453, taking on Tom Husigan here, tower side, 5 flat. Win late, give it to Tom Husigan, 499.9 on the 5 flat dial. Gets it done as Kelly, 452.6 on the 453 dial. Took 97, needed to take 57 or less. Rick Turkowski, 476. Taking on Bob Murphy, 459 here, tower side. Winlight, give it to Turkowski. 19, breaks it out 3 thou on the 476 dial. Murphy turns a 003 red and goes 457.9 on the 459. Destiny Williams, 515, taking on Josh Wilson, 457 here, tower side. And issues for Destiny, and Josh Wilson almost made a huge mistake. Goes 35 total, runs it dead on with a 3. Justin McGough, 494 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Pro Torque Lane here, Tower Side. David George, 468. Justin's in trouble here. Win late. David George, 007, goes one above 5 for the win. Justin late on the let go, goes 493.3 on the 494 for the loss. Brian Bensinger, 470 the dial. Taking on Nick Reginella here, Tower Side, 488. Give the win to Brian, 19. One above 4 on the $470 at 146. Nick breaking it out, goes 486.8 on the $488 with a 22 late in the losing effort. Haley Bowles, 543 in the dragster. Taking on Michael Carpenter here, Tower Side, 464. Carpenter in control here at the stripe. Win late, Carpenter 463.0 on the $464 with a 006 late. Haley goes 537.2 on the 543 for the loss. Ray Fordyce Jr. over in the Lucas Oil Lane, 457. Taking on Greg Hicks here, Tower Side, 482. Give the win to Greg Hicks there. 4 total, lays down 001 dead 3 as Fordyce, nothing doing. 16 and cuts it loose on the big end. 461.2 on the 457. Wayne Redrow at 475, taking on John Taylor, 467. Attention the pits, attention the pits. I need Access Insurance Agency, round number 3 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. Double entries to 1 and 2. No box doubles to 1 and 2, please. Also, for no box this round, W130 will be our wait and see buy. W130 will be the wait and see buy. Seventh out margin of victory. Give it here tower side to John Taylor. Dead on with, or one above with a 7 on the 467 dial with a 28 light. Redra missed it and goes dead on with a 9 to be 52 total for the 7th out margin of victory loss. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Racer in need, racer in need. If you have a welder, please go see Jeff Krasinski or come to the timing tower and we'll get you linked up with him. If you have a welder, Jeff Krasinski is in need, go see him or come to the timing tower. He's got a purple Camaro. Tower side Jason Barrow, 452, taking on Terrell Sinkler, Rel, dial 525. Windlake goes to Rel, dead on with a 4 to be 12 total. Locks out Barrow's 38 reaction time as he breaks it out, 450 with a 7 on a 452. Paul Kelly, 457, taking on Dale Crouch, 458, an almost heads-up matchup. Once again, racer in need. Jeff Krasinski needs a welder. If you have one here on property, come to the timing tower if you don't know where he is, and if you do know where he is, head on over to his pit area. Final call for no box doubles to 1 and 2. No box doubles. Final call. No box doubles. And give the true start win to Dale Crouch. Crouch 003 red goes 457.2 on the 458. Paul Kelly 20 red and clicks it off early. Gerard Hamlick, 488, tower side, taking on Joe Martin, 465, over in the far lane. Somebody ripping on the big end, give the win to Gerard Hamlick. Both drivers had identical 11 reaction times. Hamlick throws down dead on 7 to be 18 total and take the 7th out margin of victory over Joe Martin's 1 above 4. Losing effort. 25 total, still not bad, but not good enough. Marty Martin, 456, taking on Becky Mendenhall, 486 here at Tower Side. So we're coming up on the end of Top Bulb here for Blittersdorf's Automotive round number 2 of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. We need all of no box for third round to 1 and 2, please. Access Insurance Agency, round number 3. We need all of no box to 1 and 2. W130, you are the wait and see by. Win late, Becky Mendenhall, 10 total. 1 dead 9. The new motor getting it done. Martin, 453.9 on the 456 with a 008 light for the loss. And the wait and see by was Jeff Martin in the Monza. He saw, now he has the buy, 565. So once again, all of no box for round number 3 to 1 and 2. All of no box for round number 3 to 1 and 2. W130, you are the wait and see by. Aquino, his dad was up here, told me how to say it, and I still can't get it right. 14:55 here, Tower Side. Got the car back together, taking on Noah Dustin, 12:24. And I think Jameson just got a Christmas present of Christmas presents. So be sure to go tell him thank you. Tell Noah thank you. As Noah 12:26 with a 4 on a 12:24. And Jameson 14:60 with a 9 on a 14:55. Moving on to the next age group here. Troy Steinke, 890 here, Tower Side, taking on Camden Berry, 891 over in the far lane. And Camden moving on as Troy turns it red. 890 with a 3 on 891 for Camden. 894 with a 0 on 890 here tower side for Troy. Reagan Ketterman up now, 916, taking on Austin Booker here tower side, 890. Once again, we've called all of no box for round number 3 to the lanes. All of no box from round number 3 to the lanes. We have called. Drivers in 1 and 2 don't load up just yet. We're going to do a little check on the track prep. Drivers in 1 and 2 don't load up just yet. We're going to do a little check on the track prep. Win late, give it to Austin Booker. Starting line advantage and finish line advantage by 3 thou. Almost messed that one up as Reagan Ketterman out here in round number 3. And Paisley Anderson with the bye. And Paisley makes the bye run. Big time red goes 891 with a 6 on 892. Give the win late to Madison. Dead on with a 6 to be 43 total. Charlie, big time late. Goes 790 with a 3 on a 793 for the loss. Logan Anderson, 792 here, tower side, taking on Malia Curtis, 790 over in the far lane. Win late. Give it to Logan Anderson, 37 total, 27 up front, 1 above 0. Malia Curtis, 791.5 on a 790 with a 33 late. Not going to be able to get the job done here in round 3. Ella Ketterman, 806, taking on Nia Parsons, 802 here, Tower side. Winley, give it to Ella. She's 11 total, 10 dead, 1 for the win as Naya late at the hit and breaks out 8 flat with a 3 on the 802. Carly Forrest, 792 over in the far lane. Tyler Lusby here, tower side, 8 flat. And win late there to Tyler Lusby. Courtesy of the True Start. 29 red goes 792.2 on the 8 flat dial. Carly 791.5 on the 792, but even more red to get started. One and two, load them up. 1 and 2, load them up. Drivers in 1 and 2, load them up. And here we go. Access Insurance Agency, round number 3 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. Steve Dustin here, tower side, 730, taking on Kyle Core, 774. Give the win to Core. 009 breaks it out 5 thou, 773 with a 5 on a 774. Dustin late at the hit and breaks it out even more, 728 with a 5 on a 730. Todd Thoman 636 in the Nova, taking on Nicholas Beeler 734 here in the El Camino. Win late, give it to Beeler. Dead on with a 0 to be 32 total. Thoman breaks it out, 4 thou on the big end, and is done for the day. Denny Renninger, 749. Taking on Dan Casey, 582 in the Mercury Capri. You have the win late, the Capri. 579 with a 5 on a 582. As Renninger turns it red. Goes 747 with a 1 on a 749 for the loss. Chad Birch over in the far lane, 668. Taking on Matt Consiglio here, tower side, 673. And give the win late to Matt. 004, 1 above 8 for the win. Birch late at the hit, then breaks it out. 666 with a 1 on a 668. Computer locked up on me there for a second, so didn't get the info on that last run. I apologize. But nothing wrong with the system overall, just operator error by the announcer. No big deal. Tim Albeck, 619 over in the far lane. Kevin Render here, tower side, 796. At the stripe, give the win to Tim Albeck. 13 goes 620 with a 3 on a 619. Kevin had an identical reaction time, but couldn't run the number. 799 with 2 on a 796. Sam Koonsman, 556 on the bike, taking on Shannon Fordyce here, tower side, 635 in the Mustang. Give the win to Dice Girl, 23, 2 above with a 1, as the bike turns at 13 red and then goes 554 with a 1 on a 556. Kevin Core over in the Demon, 7 flat. Jamie Cologne, 595. Jamie 001 red, give the win to Kevin Core. Jamie shuts it down. Core 699 with a 7 on a 7 flat. Gary Sempers, tower side 569, taking on Terry Benton Jr. 629 in the Camaro. Double 2 margin of victory, give it to Sempers. Dead on with a 5 to be 26 total. Benton Jr. 25 on the hit, goes dead on 3. Great laps by both drivers, but Semper gets the edge. Rob Snyder in the Granada 635, taking on Kyle Robb in the Chevy 2 601. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. New entry time runs for the shootout. New entry time runs for the shootout. We need no box and top bulb cars to 5 and 6. New entry time runs for the shootout. New entry, new combination time runs for the shootout to 5 and 6 for no box and top bulb. Give the 3,000 margin victory win to Rob Snyder, 006, 1 above 6 for the win. And juniors to 7. New combination time runs for the shootouts. Top bulb and no box to 5 and 6. Juniors to 7. Jeffrey Santine trip zip up front. He goes dead on with an 8 to be 8 total. DeYoung 585 with a 6 on a 584 with the 13 red light. Robert Smith, 651, taking on Rich Pennington here, tower side, 622. Give the win to Robert Smith in the double breakout run. Breaks it out 4th thou. 650 with a 6 on a 651 with a 35 late. Pennington 620 with an 8 on a 622 with a 25 late for the loss. Rob Hockmiller 578 taking on Ray Barlow 603 here Tower side. Winley goes to Rob. He breaks it out 575 with an 8 on 578 as Barlow turns it 008 red and then breaks it out 602 with a 1 on the 603. Russ Archer back up in the Aspen wagon, 691, taking on Robert Reinert Jr., 621. Winley give it to Archer, 693 with a 4 and a 691 with a 45 late. Reinert late at the hit goes dead on with a 7 to be 81 total for the loss. Glenn Seward over in the S10, 624, taking on Ronald Myers here at Tower Side, 608. Also, if you haven't lost yet, but it's a potential option for you, you have a 50-50 chance of losing in this round or next. You can still buy in to the shootouts through the end of 4th round. We only have 6 spots left in top bulb and a few more in no box. So no box, if you haven't signed up yet, get to the lanes or get to the bottom of the timing tower and sign up for the shootout. Give the win there to Glenn, 631 with an 8 on a 624. As Ron Myers late on the hit goes 611 with a 2 on a 608 dial. Camaro here Tower side 602 taking on Jake Nahr 550 over in the far lane. Once again, new combination time runs to 5 and 6 for top and no box for the shootouts and juniors to 7. Again, you can sign up for the shootouts all the way up through the end of 4th round. We only have 6 spots left in top and a few more than that in no box. So come and sign up. Give the win here, Tower side to the Camaro. Dead on with a 4 to be 34 total. Jake Nahr late at the hit, breaks it out 548 with a 7 on a 550. Cam Murray 642 in the Duster, taking on Alan Young here, Tower side 597. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Access Insurance Agency, round number 3 of C2, competition converters and machining top bulb. Double door cars to 1 and 2. Double door cars to 1 and 2, please. And Cam Murray's day is done here in the main event. Goes 005 red and then breaks it out 635 4 on the 642. Yunt will go on after that very generous present of a keep all sharp objects away from Mr. Murray. Evan Powell 661 in the wagon taking on Stacy Orth 595 here Tower side. Windlake, give it to Stacy Orth as Pals turns at 12 red. She goes 593 with an 8 on a 595 as Pals throws away dead on 1. Jimmy Stack in the Vega, 629, taking on Mike Griner in the Chevelle, 578. Give the win light to Griner. 40 to a 43. Goes 576.9 on the 578. Stack 627.3 on the 629 for the loss. Kyle Core in the dart again. 773 taking on Kurt Holland in the Camaro. 613 here tower side. Windley goes to Holland. He's 11, one above 8 for the win. Has Core 19 on the hit, goes 4 above 0 for the loss. Kevin Mendenhall here, tower side, 618, taking on Dan Casey, 582 in the Capri. We also have some lucky loser packages. Second round top for Andy Parcell. Second round of no box for Robert Dames. And first round of top for Mark Orlowski. Come to the first floor of the timing tower and grab your lucky loser prizes. And issues. Sounded like for Casey's car a little bit, but Mendenhall lets out after turning it red. He gets the, Casey gets the win there. Jeff Stewart, 632. Almost heads up with Mike Franick, 631 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Once again, double enter door cars for top ball to 1 and 2. Final call for double enter door cars to 1 and 2. Tension the pits, tension the pits. Can I get all of door cars to 1 and 2 for third round of competition? Car number L137. L137, you are the wait and see by. L137, you are the wait and see by. I need all door cars for round number 3 to 1 and 2, please, for top ball. Give Jeff Stewart the win there over Franick. 10 to a 41, goes 630 with a 5 on a 632. Franick 627.5 on a 631. Jenna Yarnell 671 over in the far lane. Nathan Mendenhall here, tower side, 628. And issues with Jenna's truck. We're going to be down here for a while with a cleanup. Good catch by the crew on the starting line. So we get Jenna's truck pushed off here. Track crew's already going to town working on the starting line.
Another trivia question for today. First person to bring toilet paper to the bottom of the tower wins a free gift card. I repeat, the first person to bring toilet paper to the bottom of the tower wins a free gift card. Don't be last. This is off, right? This kid put it back down and
Hold on, one more set, and then we'll,
Silence, you gotta turn it on.
scooter.
The sass. That's not a huge area. Did we scrape? Yeah. Maybe scrape. What was it? Trans?
No, I think it was gas and too much alcohol. I think. They wiped it up relatively quick.
And it didn't catch on fire? Like running gas out? Okay.
Or maybe it wasn't. We're taking a guess. But that was in the chest.
Well, that's
Your attention to the pits, or attention to the pits. We now need double dragsters for top bulb to 7 and 8. Your attention to the pits, or attention to the pits. We need double dragsters for top bulb to lanes 7 and 8, please, at this time.
Also, a final call for any new combination that's getting into the gamblers race or the shootouts tonight. If you have not been down the track in what you were driving this weekend, you can come up. I know I got 5 or 6 up there right now. I know there's at least one that's still making their way. So please get to the lanes. We have about 2 pairs of no box, and then we're running those time runs. You can still get in through the end of 4th round. If 4th round doesn't go your way, you are welcome to come up to the tower. There's a couple spots left in top, a few more spots left in no box. So love to fill these shootouts. It'll be a nice filler to keep the evening going smooth so everybody can get those breaks in between rounds. Plan, obviously, is to wrap this all up around dark and then watch a great fireworks show. Very exciting to have that. There are still racer meals available if you haven't got yours yet, or if you need extra tickets, they're $5 a piece. They're at the base of the tower with Sam and FRBR. I want to thank everybody for being a part of this event this weekend. I know it's hot out there, one of the hottest that we've encountered. Normally it's the wet stuff that impedes us, but you all were not deterred and you came out, and we couldn't be more happy to bring this race to you. We've given away a ton of trivia prizes, have a lot of happy people. We have some great lucky loser prizes. So people are very surprised that they're not feats of expert driving or race decision making worked out for them. Sometimes it's okay to be bad. Okay, we will take the remaining C2 competition in converter and machining top bulb dragsters. So once again, all of round 3 of top. Door car is in lanes 1 and 2. We are a couple pairs away from running you. Top dragster, all top ET dragsters have been called to lanes 7 and 8. We're going to finish up our couple pairs of no box here and then head to our shootout, new combination time runs. Then we'll go through round 3 of top bulb, round 4 of top bulb, or round 4 of eliminations, ending with top bulb, and then we will go into first round of the shootouts, which do still have spots. So if this round didn't go your way or the next round doesn't go your way, you are more than welcome to join us in those. As we wrap up the round, this pair, Marty Flegel, Todd Tillman. Tillman, 26, and is 14 thousandths behind. Is Flegel going to drive around him top end and gets the win on a double breakout by 2 thousandths of a second. Marty got there 12 to break it out 4 thou. Tillman did not get enough of the brake pedal Even though he was behind, he was still 6 thou under. 2 thou margin of victory to Marty Flegel. Now it's Steve Dustin and Nick Beeler. Stone Cold Steve Dustin, as they call him, out of Westminster, Maryland, 68 Mustang, out 7:26. Nick Beeler, 7:33, and that's 78 El Camino. And Beeler, all over it, has 400s in his pocket. Going to try to hold him off, and he does it. Dustin slows to be over almost a 10th over. Beeler, safe 26 for a 34 pack. And the win light. And then Bill Wackerman is our buy run. Bill out of Stewartsville, New Jersey, 692, the dial in on that 2002 Chevy Camaro. Turns it red, but that's a great time to do it. And he's one above one, 693 on the 92. Gets him set up for round number 4. Now, as promised, we're rolling into our shootout new combination time runs. And then we will head into round 3 of C2 competition, converter, and machining, top bulb, door car side.
Once again, we need dragsters. Third round. All dragsters to 7 and 8. All dragsters to 7 and 8 for third round. All dragsters to 7 and 8 for third round. So here we go. Third round of C2 competition converter and machining top bulb on the track. Michael Zegg here, tower side, 578, taking on Eric Fulton over in the Lucas Oil lane, 568 the dial. And give the win light to Eric Fulton. Zeg 002 on the red side. But Fulton, trip zip dead 0, or trip zip dead 7 for a 7-pack. Zeg goes 579.4 and the 578 for the loss. Scott Waters here, tower side, 698. Taking on Bob McCloskey, 560 in the S10. Winley, give it to Scott Waters. Dead on with a 7 to be 14 total. McCloskey was 006 up front, but took too much straight. He took 20. Needed to take 8 or less to get the win. Antoine Jett in the Camaro, 609, taking on Doug Milner, the pretzel man, dialed at a 555 here tower side. Give the win light to the pretzel man. Dead on with a 6 to be 9 total. Antoine Jett, 32 on the let go. No good. 6072 on the 609. Milner will move on. Fran DeChico in the Daytona. 577 taking on Matt Consiglio. 673 here tower side in the Nova. Give the win to Chico. Breaks it out 1 thou with a 10 reaction time. Consiglio, 669.7 on the 673 with a 28 light. No good. Brent Nordetdoy, 647 over in the far lane. Tower side, Nelson Belot in the pickup, 572. Winley, give it to Brent. 003, dead 5 to be 8 total. Belot, 11 on the hit. No good. 574-1 on the 572 for the loss. Turtle Ziegler here, tower side, 699, taking on Mark Mandley, 611. Shout out to Mark and his wife for hooking me up with some throat relief here for the announcing with some halls, cough drops. 12 totals mark for the win. As Turtle 001 Red throws away dead on 3. When you don't announce as much as you used to and you show up here green as they get, it's hard to get back into the swing of things. Caleb Klein in the Dakota, 652, taking on Eric Tenney, 656 here tower side. Double breakout, give the win to Eric Tenney. 655.4 on the 656 with a 13 reaction time. As Klein, 651.0 on the 652 with a 29 for the loss. Jeff Martin in the Monza, 564, taking on Brock Mosier in the Vega Wagon, 542. Oh boy, Brock Mosier messed up somehow and is not going to get it done. Martin dead on with a 3 to be 20 total. And Mosier breaks it out 1 thou. Even if he sent it dead 0, he still would have been 100 total and not in the game. Tower side, Cody Mariner, 572, taking on Rich Manganelli. Rich turns it 008 red. Cody, 007 on the green side. Goes 568 with a 0 on a 572. Mariner will move on. Rich goes 586-2 at 117 on the 585. James Carty, 565 in the Cavalier, taking on Dan Northrup, 580 in the Vega. Double red light give the win to James Carty. He goes dead on with a 6 on the 565 dial. Northrop dead on with a 3, but 13 red ends his day. 627 the dial for John Reed. Here tower side taking on Aaron Them. Aaron dialed in at a 585. Win late, give it to Aaron. 588 with a 4 on a 588 with a 17 late. Reed 002 up front, but with issues, goes 654-0 on the 627. Ben Saya 592 taking on Jeff Krasinski. Must have found that welder he needed. 569 the dial. And Krasinski, with issues, gives the win to Saya. So he goes 14 on the tree, and then way above 610 with a 9 on his 592. Krasinski 601 on the 569 for the loss. John Scott. John Scott 603 the dial, taking on James LaRoe here at tower side. 665 in the S10 pickup. And by 008, give the win to John Scott. 604 with a 2 on a 603 with a 25 late. James here, tower side, 667.4 on the 665 with a 21 late for the loss. Oh, great job, guys. You drove all the way here to run each other. You live 15 minutes from one another. Congratulations. Danny Bastinelli here in the left lane this time. 548 the dial. Taking on Mark Cathell, 627. Bastinelli will try to do his best to put his best eye on this one. And Bastinelli just gave Cathell a Christmas present as Cathell dead late and then breaks it out. 625 with a 5 on a 627, but he will move on. Vaughn Dunn, 563 for the Camaro, taking on Tom Hoos again here at Tower Side in the Dragster as our crossover pair. 499 the dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Morris Performance Transmissions, round number 4 of Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters to lane 4 and 4 only for pairing. You are now on the ladder. Junior Dragsters to lane 4 and 4 only. You are now on the ladder. Need you to get to the lanes for pairing, please. And the Dragster turns it red, gives the win to the Camaro. Dunn goes 560 with a 5 on a 563. Hoosigan 497 on the 499. Jason Off, 437. Tower Side taking on Greg Hicks, 481. For the driver out of Las Vegas. Win light, give it to Jason Hoff. 007 goes 1 above 2 to be 19 total. Hicks 23 on the let go is no good and mathematically eliminated. Michael Carpenter, 464 here, Tower Side, taking on Jason Amy over in the far lane, 521. Give the win light to Michael Carpenter, 12 total, 12 dead zero for the win. Jason Amy, Breaking it out, 007 up front, breaks it out 11, took 16, but had to take 5 or less to grab the win there. Once again, we need round 4 of junior dragsters. Round 4 of junior dragsters to lane 4 and 4 only. Greg Parsons, 479, taking on Rick Turkowski, 476. Turkowski in control here. Win light, Turkowski, 18 total. 8, 1 above 0 for the win. Parsons dead on with a 3 for a 30 total lap, but not good enough against Turkowski. Mike Hoff, 469. Taking on Kevin Robb, 446 in the Lucas Oil lane. Neither driver great, but give the win to Kevin Robb. 447 with a 3 on a 446 with a 23 late. Hoff late goes dead on with a 4 to be 46 total. Don Matson over in the far lane, 492, taking on Carl Stevenson here, tower side. The blower dragster, 437 the dial. Win light goes to Carl Stevenson, 13, then breaks it out, 434.3 on the 437 dial. Matson turns it 009 red and breaks it out 489.6 on the 492. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Southampton Long Island Hotel, round number 4, Roadrunner Race Fuels, no box. Double entries to 1 and 2, doubles to 1 and 2, please. Josh Wilson, 456 here, tower side. Joe Baruch, 489 over in the Lucas Oil lane. And Baruch gets the win there. 19, then goes 2 below, 87-0 on the 89. Josh Wilson misses a perfect run by 1 foul. 001 red up front, dead 0. Connor Hebig, 478 over in the Lucas Oil lane, tower side in the Pro Torque lane. David George, 468 the dial. Winley, give it to David George, 11. Then goes 466.3 at 150 on the 468 dials. Hebig turns at 007. Red goes 475.4 on the 478 for the loss. John Taylor here, tower side, 467, taking on Zach Rothenberger, 498 in the dragster in the far lane. Winley goes to Rothenberger, 26, breaking it out 1 thou, 497.9 on the 498 dial is John Taylor, 35 up front, then goes 466.0 on the 467. Chris Wilson, tower side, 447, taking on Gerard Hamlick over in the far lane, 488. Just a reminder, if you're doubled in top, you need to get back to the lanes. Doubles in top, you need to get back to the lanes if you haven't already. Give the win light to Spanky. Gets there, 446.9 on the 447 with a 003 reaction time. Hamlick, 484.8 on the 488 dial with a 13 reaction time. Final call for no box doubles to 1 and 2. Final call for no box doubles to 1 and 2. We'll take all of no box for round number 4. All of no box for Southampton Long Island Hotel, round number 4 to 1 and 2. All of no box to 1 and 2. Double away margin victory going to Brian Bensinger. 28 up front goes 471 with a 7 on a 470. Joe Martin, 32, goes 467, 1 on the 465 for the loss. Dale Crouch over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Tower side, Damian DiStefano, 523. Win late, give it to Dale Crouch, 20, dead 0 to be 20 total. DiStefano, 11 up front, breaks it out 6 thou, got there 15. Needed to take 9 or less for the win. Rel Slinkler here, tower side, 525, taking on Marty Martin, 454 over in the far lane. Give the win to Terrell Tinkler. 1 above 9 with 11 reaction time to be 30 total. Marty was 003 up front, but breaks it out 5 thou. Took 32 on the big end. Had to take 27 or less. We've called all of no box to 1 and 2. All of no box has been called to 1 and 2 for round number 4. And here we go, back into third round of C2 competition converters in machining top bulb. Greg Hicks here, tower side 482. Becky Mendenhall over in the far lane, 486 with the dragster. And at the win light, it's going to be Becky Mendenhall. 13 total, 9 dead, 4. Takes out the 15 reaction time of Greg Hicks. Hicks, 481.1 on the 482 dial. He gets there first by 007, but Mendenhall had him mathematically eliminated. Michael Carpenter here, 462, taking on Laura Truitt, 609 in the Chevelle. Here comes the dragster at the straight. Wind light, dragster, 8, 1 above 7 for the win. Laura, 22 on the hit, breaking it out, 15 on the big end, 6075 on the 609 dial. Carpenter will roll on to the next round. And that will conclude Access Insurance Agency round number 3 of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. Again, want to thank Access Insurance Agency for the racer meal here today. If you haven't got yours, please be sure to get over to the concession stand and grab it. If you want extra dinner slips, they're at the base of the tower for $5. So, Moore's Performance Transmissions, round number 4 of Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters up here now. Logan Anderson here, tower side 792, taking on Austin Booker, 891 over in the far lane. Wind light, give it to Logan Anderson, 793.4 on the 792 with an 18 light. Booker goes 895.6 on the 891, but a 53 light ends his day. Paisley Anderson now over in the far lane, 891, taking care of business against Tyler Lusby here tower side in the Pro Torque lane. Wind light, give it to Paisley. Dead on with a 1 to be 23 total. Lusby, 792.9 on 797. Missed it at the starting line. Paisley rolls on. Madison Schoenberger, 807 over in the Lucas Oil lane, Pro Torque lane. Camden Berry, 891 here tower side. Camdenberry in control here at the stripe. Winlake, Camdenberry going to be 23 total. Locks out Madison's 27 reaction time as Madison breaks out 8:06.5 on the 8:07 dial. Jamison Aquino, 14:59, taking on Ella Ketterman, 8:04. And here comes Ella Ketterman at the stripe. Win late. Ella, 8:07 with a 4 on 8:04 with a 45 late. Jamison, way late at the late, unfortunately, and breaks it out. 14:57 with a 0 on a 14:59. Ella moves on. Here we go. Round 4, no box. Roadrunner Race Fuels, no box. Nicholas Beeler in the El Camino, 7:33, taking on Dan Casey, 5:82 in the Capri. At the big end, give the win light to the Capri. 583.9 on the 582 dial with an 18 light. Beeler late at the hit, then breaks it out. 731.3 on the 733 dial for the loss. Jeff Albach here at Tower Side, 656, taking on Glenn Seward, 625 in the S10. A little S10 on S10 crime here. Give the 007 margin of victory to Jeff Albach. He is 18, 2 above 0 to be 38 total as Glenn Seward is 28, one above zero to be 38 total. Jeff moving on in that tight drag race. Kurt Holland, 613 here, Tower Side, taking on Tim Alback. 619 in the Camaro. Give the win here, Tower Side, to Kurt Holland. 19 dead 5 to be 24 total as Tim, 10 red, throws away dead on 9. We need all of top ET doubles. You're now mixed. Door cars and dragsters are now mixed, so we need all doubles to 7 and 8, please. All doubles to 7 and 8, please. For Southampton Long Island Hotel, round number 4 of C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. All doubles, dragsters and door cars to 7 and 8. Kyle Cord 003 red, give the win to Alan Yunt. Yunt goes 597.9 on the 595. Core 776.8 on the 774 for the loss. Bill Wackerman 693 taking on Marty Flagel here, Tower Side, 570. Win late. Give it to Wackerman. 691 with a 9 on a 693 with a 24 late. Flagel late at the hit. 48 goes 568.5 on the 570 for the loss. Shannon Fordyce in the Mustang, 636, taking on Robert Smith in the Nova, 651. Give the win to Dice Girl there. 26 up front. 637.4 in the 636. Robert Smith breaks it out by 1 thou and was a little bit later. 40 goes 650 with a 9 on a 651. Jeff Stewart here, Tower Side, 631 in the Chevelle, taking on Kevin Core, 7 flat in the Dodge Demon. Win light goes to Jeff Stewart, dead on with a 7 with a 26 reaction time. Core 18, but breaks it out 698.8 on the 7 flat dial for the loss. Once again, we need doubles. Doubles for top to 7 and 8. Doubles for top to 7 and 8. Final call for doubles for top to 7 and 8. And first call, all of top to 7 and 8. Door cars and dragsters to 7 and 8. All of top to 7 and 8. Give the win to Russ Archer as Gary Simpers, 007 red. The Aspen Wagon, 691.3 on the 692 dial. And Simpers, 567.6 on the 569 will bow out. Tower Side in the Camaro, 602 taking on Rob Hockmiller, 576. We'll take all of top to 7 and 8. Doubles have been called. We need all of top to 7 and 8. Give the win to Rob Hockmiller. He did not have the starting line advantage, but got it done on the big end. Dead on with a 3 to be 60 total. Tower side breaking it out. 598.7 on the 602 dial with a 30 reaction time. Had plenty of room, but couldn't get it done. Stacy Orth, Shooty Orth over in the Lucas Oil lane in the Camaro. 594 Tower side. Nathan Mendenhall, last night's winner, still rolling. 624 for the S10. Don't forget, you can still sign up for the shootouts all the way through the end of 4th round. If there's any spots left for your class, head down to the bottom of the timing tower. Get in before it's too late. Oh boy, Stacy's in big trouble. Win late. Nathan Mendenhall can't give him that kind of room. 629 with an 8 on a 624 with a 006 late. Stacy breaking it out 8 thou, 593, 2 on the 594, and was very late at the light. Matt Consiglio in the Nova, 671, taking on Mike Griner in the Chevelle, 577 here, Tower side. Winley, give it to Matt. 672.2 on the 671 dial with a 29 reaction time. Griner late at the hit, dead 4 to be 54 total. Griner out of here. Matt will carry on. Nicholas Beeler back up in the El Camino, 732, taking on Rob Snyder in the Granada, 636. Triple 08 margin of victory. Give it to the Granada. 637.9 on the 636 dial with a 41 late. Beeler 22 at the hit. Then gave that one back. 735 with an 8 on a 732 for the loss. Dan Casey back up in the Capri. Taking on the motorcycle of Jeffrey Santine. 538. Give the win light to the bike. Dead on with a 1 to be 17 total. The Capri 001 up front and can't get it done on the big end. Gives that one back by the look of the mile an hour. 585 with a 4 on a 582 dial. And that will conclude round number 4 of No Box. So if you didn't find electricity in your lane, you're not ready to give up on racing yet today, head to the bottom of the timing tower and sign up for the Morris Performance Transmission Saturday night shootout. Get there. So here we go, round number 4, top bulb. Michael Carpenter here, Tower Side 464, taking on James Carty 565 over in the Cavalier. And give the win to James Carty, courtesy of True Star Carpenter 009 red. Cuts it off early. Carty 568 with a 3 on a 565. Towerside Scott Waters 698. Zach Rothenberger 497. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Round 1 of the Morris Performance Transmissions Saturday night shootout. Junior dragsters. We need you to lanes 4, 5, and 6. 4, 5, and 6. You'll be run as all one class. You'll cross over if there's any odd pairings in the age groups, but we will run you all as one class. 6 to 9 to lane 4, 10 to 12 to lane 5, and 13 to 17 to lane 6. Sophia Curtis, you are the wait and see by, courtesy of random draw. Sophia Curtis, you're the wait and see by, courtesy of random draw. Win light goes to Zach Rothenberger, $499.9 on the $497 with a 12 late. Waters was 004 but breaks it out. $496.6 on the $696.6 on the 698 dial. Jason Hoff, $436 in the dragster tower side, taking on the Vega of John Scott, $602. Once again, Junior Dragster Shootout, round number 1 to lanes 4, 5, and 6. Sophia Curtis, you are the wait and see by, courtesy of random draw. And Jason Hoff has got all the room he needs on this one. Win late, Jason Hoff has John Scott dead late leaving and then can't run the number issues going down the track. So Hoff will move on to the next round. Doug Milner, the Pretzel Man, 554 for the Pontiac Astra. He'll be taking on Joe Baruch, 488 for the S&W Dragster. The Pretzel Man might be cooked here. Win light, give it to Joe Baruch, dead on with a 9 to be 17 total. Milner, 35 on the let go and goes 553.2 on the 554. No good. Remember, if you don't find electricity in round 4, there's still time to get in the shootout. Get signed up quickly, if we have any spots left, that is. Cody Mariner here, tower side, 570, taking on Aaron Thim over in the far lane, 584. Win light goes to Aaron Thim, 22 on the hit, goes 582.4 on the 584. Cody Mariner, 003 red, throws away dead on 9. Eric Tenney here, tower side, 656 the dial, taking on Fran DeChico, 577 in the Dodge Daytona. Eric Tenney with the win, 11, one above 3 to be 24 total. Fran DeChico, 14 on the let go, then breaks it out. It's 575.9 on the 577 dial. Took 21, had to take 10 or less for the win. Rick Turkowski, 476 in the dragster. Carl Stevenson, tower side, 437. run here at the stripe. Give the win to Turkowski. Dead on with a 4 to be 8 total. Carl Stevenson, 1 up front, puts it 2 above, 0 to be 21 total. But Turkowski moving on. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. I need round 1 for no box. No box. Round 1 of the Morris Performance Transmissions. Round number 1 to 1 and 2. Matt Wilson. Matt Wilson, you are the wait and see by. Matt Wilson. Matt Wilson, you are the wait and see by for no box. We're still trying to fill the field in no box. If you wish to buy a double entry, you can do so. Come to the bottom of the timing tower. Win light, David George, dead on with a 620 total. Kevin Robb, 003 red. He goes 445, 4 on the 444 dial. Mark Manley, 611 the dial for the Chevy 2. Vaughn Dunn here, tower side, 563. We are now opening up double entries in no box for the shootout. If you want to get in on a double, bring your money to the timing tower on the first floor. At the stripe, win light, Mandalay, 21 total, 19 dead, 2 takes the 5,000 margin of victory as Vaughn Dunn breaks it out. 562, 6 on the 563 dial, and Mandalay will move on. Brent Nordetdoy here, tower side, 646, taking on Ben Saya, 593 the dial for the Malibu. And Brent, 007 red, gives the win to Ben Saya. Saya, 591 with a 3 on a 593. With a 003 light, Brent throws away dead on 6. Dale Crouch does his half-track burnout. 457 the dial for his race tech, taking on Brian Bensinger here, tower side, 470. Win like Dale Crouch, 25 total on the lap. Brian, dead late, goes 1 above 6 to be 66 total for the loss. Tower side, Mark Cathell, Laurel, Delaware, 625, taking on Chris Spanky Wilson. Chris dials in at a 447 on the American Dragster. And Cathell turns it 007 red. Give the win to Chris Wilson. Wilson 009, then goes 446.0 on the 447 dial. Cathell 626.4 on the 625 for the loss. Tower side, Jeff Martin in the Monza 564, taking on Becky Mendenhall 486. Win light, give it to Becky. Double breakout win. 485 with a 0 on the 486. Had the worst reaction time, but got the job done on the big end. Martin goes 562.7 on the 564 with an 11 light, but Mendenhall moving on. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. We're missing two juniors that's signed up for the shootout. Two juniors. If you haven't come up yet, you need to get to the lanes. Junior dragsters, you've been called to the lanes for the shootout. Junior shootout has been called to the lanes, as has No Box. No Box has been called to 1 and 2, and juniors should be in 4, 5, and 6. Tower side, Terrell Sinkler, Rel dialed in at a 525, taking on Michael Carpenter. Lost his first one, trying to carry the second one here, 464. Somebody ripping on the big end, get the win to Michael Carpenter. Dead on with a 2 to be 9 total. Taking the 003 margin of victory. Terrell, 003 up front, puts it dead 9 to be 12 total. Great lap by both drivers, but Carpenter for the win. We're missing Emma Constantino, and Austin Booker for the junior shootout. We need you to the lanes now, please. Emma Constantino and Austin Booker, we need you to the lanes now for the shootout. Eric Fulton with a wait and see bye, goes 19 total, 10 dead 9 on the lap. Junior shootout's coming out next, so Austin Booker and Emma Constantino We need you to the lanes now for the shootout, please. So junior shootout coming out here now. Gonna do my best here. We don't have names in the system for the shootout, but I believe this is Noah Dustin here, tower side, and maybe Alexis Lusby over in the far lane, if I'm guessing correctly. Winley, give it to the far lane. 12-18 with a 4 on a 12-15 with a 47 late. Tower side. 12-28-9 on a 12-24 with a 77. Tower side, we got Darian Hill coming up. dialed on 978. Far lane dialed on 1160. Give the win here, tower side to Darian, as he will move on to the second round of the shootout. Troy Steinke here, tower side, 891. Shane Connor over in the far lane. Give the win to the far lane, 894 with a 6 on the 890 with a 53 late. Troy here, tower side, 899-1 on the 891 for the loss. Landon Anderson here, tower side, 891. And Mason Dudley over in the far lane, 901. Last night's winner in the main event. Win late goes to Dudley, 903.6 on the 901 dial with a 49 late, as Anderson turns it 11 red. He goes 901.8 on the 891 dial. Austin Booker here, tower side, 892. Far lane dialed in at a 907. Far lane grabbed the win, 908 with a 7 on a 907 dial. Tower side had the better reaction time, couldn't run the number, 897.7 on the 892 for the loss. Tower side dial at 795. Far lane 905. And down there, Wapping, give the win light here. Tower side, 8 flat with an 8 on a 795 dial. Takes out the 911 with a 3 on the 905 dial of the far lane. Tower side, heads up dial, 790, 790. Far lane grabs the win on that last pair, 795 with a 0 on a 790. Has tower side turned it red. I think a 794 with a 3 on a 790. Charlie Blittersdorf here, tower side, 793. Shane Daly over in the far lane, 8 flat. Tower side, Charlie Blittersdorf grabs the win, 8 flat with a 4 on a 793. As Shane goes 8.045 on the 8 flat for the loss. Maddie Brockmeyer here, tower side, taking on Jillian Kleinfelter, 8.03 over in the far lane, 797 here, tower side. Give the win to Jillian as Maddie turns it red. Jillian goes 8.14 with a 6 on the 8.03. Jackson Griner here, tower side, 8.24 the dial. Taking on, I'm assuming it's Malia Curtis, as Sophia has the wait and see by. And Jackson will grab the win as Malia turned it red. And Jackson goes 8.20 with a 9 on 8.24. Malia 7.93.9 on the 7.90. Nazir Wallace here, tower side, 794. And Madison Schoenberger over in the far lane. And Nazir turns it red, gives the win to Madison. Madison 805 of the 2 on 806. Nazir 8028 on the 794. Give the win light to the far lane, 8019 on the 799 dial. Nia Parsons here, tower side, 799, taking on Mallory Stewart, 794. Give the win to Nia Persons. 810 with a 1 on it, 799 dial with a 19 late. Mallory late at the hit goes 8030 on the 794. Win late here, tower side, 797 with a 2 on a 796. Noah James moving on. Far lane, 798 with a 4 on a 791 for the loss. That was Carly Forrest. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. I need round number 1 of the top bulb shootout. All cars, door cars and dragsters to 5, 6, 7, and 8. 5 and 6 first, overflow to 7 and 8. I need all of top bulb to 5 and 6, overflow to 7 and 8. Dragsters and door cars to 5 and 6 for the first round of the shootout. The Morris Performance Transmissions, round number 1 of Top Bulb Shootout. I need all cars to 5 and 6, overflow to 7 and 8. And Sophia Curtis got the wait and see by, and we'll move on. 9039 on the 899 dial. And headed into the no box shootout. Again, no names in the system for the shootout, so doing the best I can based on memory recall. Jana Embley here tower side in the Blazer, 756. And James Crouch over in the far lane in the Mustang. Win late goes to Jana. 759.3 on the 756 with a 22 late. Crouch dead on with a 4, but 67 total is no good. Nick Beeler here in the El Camino, 733. Give the win late to the far lane. 623 with a 5 on a 622 with a 56 late. Beeler goes 004 red for the loss. Cam Murray over in the far lane, 640. And he is in deep trouble. Give the win. Oh, to him. Malibu can't run the number. Murray goes 641 with a 9 on a 640 for the win. Tower side was 002. Can't run the number. 8040 on the 797. And that was Kevin Render here tower side. Larson Sempers, I think this is what it says. Driving Gary Semper's machine. And turns it red. So they're out of here in round 1. Gabby Wally picks up the win. 774 with a 9 on a 776 with a 35 late. Ray Fordyce the third here, tower side. Taking on Kevin Core, down at a 699. Win late. Give it over to the far lane. Core goes 7 flat on the 699 dial to be 23 total. Tower side. Fordyce late at the hit, breaks it out 663. 9 on the 665 for the loss. Tower side. Denny McCloskey 662 for the Firebird. Taking on Chad Birch in the Mustang 668. This will be a good one down the stripe. Look at the drop by Birch. Win light. Give it to McCloskey. 663.5 on the 662 for the win as Birch feeds it all back to him. 672.5 on the 668 dial for the loss. Terry Benton Jr. here, tower side, 633, heads up dial with Soggy Dunn over in the far lane. At the stripe, win light, give it to Benton Jr., 634.5 on the 633 dial with a 31 light. Soggy 38 on the hit, goes 635.2 on the 633 for the loss. Todd Thoman, 636 over in the far lane. And Paul Cap here, tower side. Wait and see by in top is car number 1218. Give the win there to Todd Thoman. We've called all of top to 5 and 6. Roll over to 7 and 8. Scott Embley over in the far lane, 655. Charlie Blittersdorf, truck at least. See him on the starting line, so it's not him driving. It is Lizzie Finnemore behind the wheel. And she turns it red. So Embley will move on. Goes 653.4 on the 655 with a 37 late. Lizzie, 1179.0 on the 1180 dial. Bobby Pip here, tower side, or in the far lane, excuse me. And he's going to get the win. 744 with a 0 and a 741 with a 23 light. Tower side, 009, but can't run the number. 610 with a 5 on a 604. Dennis Gerhardt grabs the loss there in the wagon. Late at the hit, can't run the number. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. We got a Malibu in lane 1. We need the driver to the car now, please. You're holding up all the lanes. For the cars back there, we need the driver of the Malibu to your car in lane 1 now, please. Matt Stanball, that's what it says on the screen. Don't know if that's right. Don't think so. It is a Vega, though. Or a Monza. It's Rich Pennington. I know that much. Win late, Rich Pennington. 622 with a 7 on a 620 with a 004 late. Far lane, 633.5 on the 635 for the loss. Mike Greiner here in the Chevelle, 576, taking on the motorcycle, 555. Sam Koonsman takes the loss there. Greiner will move on. Robert Reinert here, tower side, 627. Kyle Gockley up here, 604 tower side. And Glenn Seward over in the pickup in the far lane. Give the win to Glenn. 630 with an O on a 626 with a 23 light. Gockley, 6070 on the 604 for the loss. Lane Baker over in the far lane, 657. And Jesse Marshall here, tower side. Give the win to Jesse. Lane turns a 001 red, then goes 660 with his O on a 657 for the loss. Jesse will move on 674.8 on the 679. And we got some cleanup here on the starting line. So we'll be down for just a minute. And track crew's got everything started back up. We've got Kevin Mendenhall here, tower side, 619. And Kyle Core, 776. Give the win to Mendenhall. 13, one above 4. Taking the 008 margin of victory. S Core is 19, 777 with a 6 on a 776. Jason Parker here, tower side. Marty Flagel, far lane, Flagel 001 red. Goes 567 with a 3 on a 570. Parker will move on. Lee Ratskovich here, tower side. Taking on Andrew Bercudo over in the far lane. 633 for Andrew. Lee 666. Win late. It's going to go to Andrew. 17 dead and 9 to be 26 total. Lee 11 up front. Can't run the number 668.7 on the 666 for the loss. Robert Smith over in the far lane. And Mike Franick here, tower side. Give the win to the far lane, 008, 652.9 on the 651. As tower side turns at 11 red, goes 632.1 on the 631 dial. Franick is out of here in round 1 of the shootout. Layla Gockley here, tower side, 736. And I think that's Eric Tenney over in the far lane. 593. Nah, that's not Tenney's. Win late. Give it to Layla. 008 up front goes 739.1 on the 736. She'll move on. Far lane. 21 at the hit and couldn't run the number. 627.8 on the 593. Chris Culp over in the far lane. Tower side, Jake Narr. Double 003 margin victory going over to Culp. 30 on the hit, goes 603.8 on the 597 dial. As Narr can't run the number. 19 at the hit, but 555.2 on the 547 for the loss. Kevin Render back up here now. Give the win over to the far lane. 35 to the hit, 621.9 on the 615. And Paul Cap, dead on with a 3, but 118 total is no good. And Matt Wilson with the wait and see bye. We'll move on. Wilson goes 639.0 on the 637 to go to round number 2. And that will complete round 1 of No Box for the Morris Performance Transmissions Saturday Shootout. We'll head into Top Bulb next.
We're back and we have another trivia question.
The first one to bring a hot dog, a whole hot dog to the tower and eat it in front of us gets a free gift card.
Don't know that's much of a trivia question, but more of like a stunt to be performed. So first person to come to the first floor of the timing tower and have a hot dog and eat it gets a free gift card. So track crews out there getting the surface ready to go for a first round of top bulb in the shootout. Want to thank the track crews for their hard work this weekend. It's definitely hot out there and doesn't make their jobs any easier. I know from firsthand experience. So thank you to all the drivers drivers' patience, and thank you to the crew while they keep the track in top condition. So here we go, first round of competition. In top for the Morris Performance Transmissions Shootout. Tim Heaps over in the far lane, 475 the dial. And Andy Purcell here, tower side in the Willies, 568. Well, neither driver is going to celebrate that ticket, but give the win to Purcell, 571 with a 3 on a 568, as Heaps goes 474-2 on the 475. Randy Krause here, tower side, 490, taking on Jason Barrow, 450 over in the far lane. Winlight, give it to Randy Krause. Dead on with an 8 with a 005. Late to be 13 total. Bar was 12 on the tree. Had to put it dead 0 or better. Or dead 1 or better for the win. Really needed to be dead 0. Goes 450 with an 8 for a 20 pack, but no good. Barrow out of here in round 1. Troy Ziegler here at Tower Side. Turtle grabs the win. 701 with a 0 on a 699 with a 34 late. Far lane 6075 on the 607 dial to be 73 total in the loss. Get the win here, Tower Side to the convertible. 619 with a 6 on a 614 with a 005 late. Far lane 21 at the tree. Goes 647.8 on the 642 for the loss. Tower Side Brock Mosier 542 taking on Jeff Taylor 471. Also, we have some lucky loser prizes for 4th round. Stacy Orth and Jameson Aquino. No box 3rd round, Jeffrey Santine. 3rd round top, Nelson Belot. And some previous ones, Robert Barnes and Andy Parcell. So if you have, you all have some prizes to come claim at the bottom of the timing tower. Winlight, give it to the Vega Wagon. 544.6 on the 542 dial with a 10 late. Taylor still hasn't found any luck here today. 472 with a 6 on 471 for the loss. And Morris out of here, round 1. Give it to the dragster, dead on with a 7 to be 14 total. And moving on. John McClure here at Tower Side, 572 with issues. Hopefully. And they get the job done over in the far lane, 634.4 on the 629. Get the win here, Tower Side, 624.5 on the 623 by 001 margin of victory with a 24 late. Far lane, 586.8 on the 585 with a 22 late for the loss. Brian Blittersdorf over in the far lane. And Raquel Galinas here, Tower Side. Dial to 493. Give the true start win to Brian Blittersdorf as Raquel 12 red and then shuts it down. Jack Grader here, Tower Side in the T-Bird, 531 the dial. Taking on Kirsten Fisher over in the far lane. Jeff Krasinski here, Tower Side. And still got issues with that thing. He'll bow out. Mark Cathell coming up over in the far lane. Dial to 626. Taking on Skylar Stump here, Tower Side. Dialed in at a 562. Also, as we're working our way through the rounds here, don't forget the Daryl Tillman Realty Group bonus program. If any racer winning their class with a perfect run will receive a $2,500 check. Cathell out of here, 001 red. Dead on with a 5. Throws that one out the window. As Skylar will move on. 003, 564.4 on the 562. Caitlin Kraus here at Tower Side, 489. Identical reaction times. At the stripe, give the win to the far lane. Dead on with a 9 to be 35 total. Kraus 491.9 on the 489 for the loss. Bill Groden here, tower side in the GTO 670. Give the win to Bill Groden, 10, 3 above 7 for the win as the far lane dead late. Puts it 1 above 2 for the loss. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Main event, junior dragster semifinals to lane 5 and 5 only. Main event, junior dragster semifinals to lane 5 and 5 only. As well as I'll need Nitro Graphics, round number 5, a Roadrunner Race Fuels no box. Main event to 1 and 2. Main event to 1 and 2. 1976. You are the wait and see buy. You carried over 1976. Give the win there to Nelson Belot. Dead on with a 5 to be 29 total. Far lane 471 1 on the 470 with a 30 late for the loss. Ray Fordyce Jr. over in the far lane. Look at that Shane Jet here, tower side. Yep, Shane Jet, 601. The dragster, 457. So once again, main event, junior dragsters to 5 and 5 only. And 5th round of no box to 1 and 2. 5th round of no box to 1 and 2, please. Winlake, give it to Shane Jett. 13, 6042 on the 601. As the far lane turns it 004 red, Fordyce out of here.
Oh, I do.
Erica Grader here, tower side in the Mustang, down to 588. And issues for her. Goes 590 with a 3 on a 588. Give the win to the dragster as it clicks it off way early as they had plenty of room. Daryl Tillman over in the far lane. As we were mentioned earlier, any racer that wins our class of perfect run will get a $2,500 check courtesy of Daryl Tillman Realty Group as part of the bonus program. Any racer that wins our class with a 005 package or better will receive a $500 check, and any racer that wins with a 10-pack or better gets a $250 check. We almost had it last night, as I believe Nathan was 11 total in the finals. He got close. Bob Kalipski here, tower side. Win light, give it to Tillman. 550 with a 5 on the 549 with a 34 light. Kalipski late at the light goes 446.3 on the 445 dial for the loss. Vaughn Dunn in the Camaro, dialed a 564. And David Wing here, tower side, dialed in at a 608. Winlight, give it to Dunn. 005 up front, breaking it out 1 thou. 63 with a 9 on a 64. Wing, 610 with a 9 on a 608 with an 11 red. Steve Cisco here in the Cavalier. Dialed in at 11 or 601. Taking on Laura Truitt, 608. Winlay, give it to Truitt. Dead on with a 7 to be 20 total. Cisco, 006 up front. Drops, gets way behind. 606.9 on 601 as Truitt will move on. Jimmy DeChaco over in the far lane. 439 the dial. And Dana Beauchamp here, tower side, 478. DeChaco in trouble, but gets the job done. Dead on with a 9 to be 23 total. Beauchamp, 002 up front, and breaks it out. Goes 476.8 on the 478. Need to take 21 or less there to grab the win. Halston Yunt here, tower side, 615. Dragster down in at 464. Get the win to the Dragster. Yunt turns it red. Dragster goes 462.8 on a 464 with a 29 late. Yunt 616 with the 4 and 615 with the 005 red. Cam Murray over in the far lane, 628. And I think it's Mike Morris behind the wheel of this one this time in the Dragster. I think him and Bob flipped cars. Murray with major issues. Car almost jumped through the beams. So Morris will pick up the win there. Brent Martin over in the far lane, dialed in at a 468. And Tom Husigan here, tower side. Good win again there, dead on with a 1, be 40 total. Takes out Brent Martin. Ricky Bobby over in the far lane. Glad he could come from Talladega Nights to join us here. Take on Dalton Rolls here, tower side. And give the win to Ricky Bobby. 631 with a 3 on a 632 with a 10 late as a dragster. Late at the light goes 438.3 on the 440 for the loss. John Dustin here, tower side, dialed in at a 519. And give the win to Dustin, dead on with a 7 to be 46 total. Farlane gave that one back by 2 thou. Marty Flagel over in the far lane, 569. Cody Mariner here, tower side, 570. Almost heads up matchup. And Flagel with the drop. Goes dead 7 to be 27 total. Takes out Mariner. Mariner 13 up front. Goes 572.2 on the 570. Flagel moving on. Caleb Klein here, tower side. 649 the dial. Taking on the dragster dial, 453. Going to move on as Klein turns it red. Klein's going to kick himself on that one. I believe that's Bob Murphy over there. Dialed in at a 447. And Terrell Sinkler here, tower side, 524. Tension the pits, tension the pits. I need Nitro Graphics, round number 5, a C2 competition converters and machining top ball, main event to 7 and 8. Car number XX75, you're the wait and see buy. XX75, you're the wait and see buy. I need top ball. Round number 5 in the main event to lanes 7 and 8. Get the win there to the far lane. Bob Murphy, I believe, 448.8 on the 447 with a 29 late. Tower side, 18 on the tree, goes 527.6 on the 524 for the loss. For Terrell Sinkler. Barry Souter over in the far lane in the Nova. 680 the dial. 480 here tower side for the dragster. Butch Booker. And the Nova is in trouble, but gets the job done as Booker gave that one back looking at the mile an hour. 004 up front goes 484.7 on the 480 at 129. And the Nova 681.5 on the 680 for the win by 002. Mike Lubanowski over in the far lane in the Corvette, 588. Tower side dialed in at a 486 is Nick Reginella. Give the win to the door car, 589 with a 1 on a 588 with a 007 late. The dragster, 488.3 on a 486 with a 25 late for the loss. Tower side dialed in a 455. Taking on, I believe that is John Taylor over in the far lane, 466. Give the win late to Taylor, 003, dead 9 to be 12 total, 11 on the let go here tower side, but no good. Semifinals of the junior main event. Here we go. Brother on sister crime. Who's it going to be? Paisley Anderson, 890 the dial, taking on Logan Anderson, 791. Logan here, tower side, Paisley over in the far lane. Paisley in trouble here. And she will be done. Logan going to the final. 799 with an 8 on a 791 with a 17 late. Paisley 897.7 on the 890, but missed it just a little bit. 53 for the loss. Ella Ketterman here, tower side, 806 the dial for the young lady out of Laurel, Delaware, taking on Camden Berry, 891 for the driver out of Prince Frederick, Maryland. Who will face Logan Anderson in the finals? We're about to find out. Ella Ketterman in full control here. At the stripe, win light, give it to Ketterman. 12 on the tree, goes 811 with a 7 on an 806. Camden missed it big time, went 897 with a 3 on an 891. It'll be Ella Ketterman versus Logan Anderson in the finals of Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters. Round 5, no box. It's Nitro Graphics round 5. Rob Snyder, 636 in the Granada, take on Dan Casey, 582 in the Mercury Capri. We need Junior Dragster Shootout. Junior Dragster Shootout back to the lanes. Lanes 4, 5. Dragsters. Casey gets the win there. 3 total, 3 dead, 0 for the win. Rob Snyder goes 637-1 on 636 for the loss with the red light. Jeff Stewart in the Chevelle, 631, taking on Rob Hockmiller, 576. Once again, Junior Shootout, Morris Performance Transmissions Shootout. Round number 2, Junior Dragsters to 4, 5, and 6. And in the Junior Shootout, 111P, you have the wait and see buy. 111P, you have the wait and see buy. Give the win there to Rob Hockmiller. 7 total, trip dead 7 is Rob, as Jeff Stewart turns it red and goes 634-1 on the 631. Russ Archer in the Aspen Wagon, 691, taking on Kurt Holland in the Camaro. This will be a dandy of a matchup, 613 the dial. Win light 005 margin of victory. Give it to Kurt Holland. 616 with a 4 on a 613 dial. Russ missed it there. Dead on with a 7 to be 63 total for the loss. Holland rolls on. Nathan Mendenhall, last night's winner, 629. Taking on Bill Wackerman in the Camaro, 693. Once again, junior shootout to 4, 5, and 6. Junior shootout to 4, 5, and 6. Give the win over to Bill Wackerman on the double breakout. 008 for him. He goes 691 with a 0 on a 693. Mendenhall's 004 takes 005 stripe to break out 1 thou more. 626.9 on the 629 dial. Bill Wackerman moving on. Matt Consiglio, 670 the dial for the Nova, taking on Shannon Dice Girl Fordyce, 635 in the Mustang. At the stripe, give the win light to the Mustang. 643 with a 2 on a 635 with a 44 light. The Nova 679.4 on the 670 with a 54 light for the loss. Alan Yunt in the Roadster here, tower side, 597, taking on Jeff Alabach, 657 for the S10. And at the stripe, win light, give it to Albach. 661.2 on the 657 dial with a 15 light. Alan Yunt, 599.8 on a 597 with a 47 light for the loss. Jeffrey Santine on the motorcycle with the buy, 536. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Car number 292, 292, you are the wait and see buy for round number 2 of No Box, and I need all of No Box to 1 and 2 for the round 2 of the shootout, the Morris Performance Transmissions shootout. I need all cars for the No Box shootout to 1 and 2. Car number 292, you're the wait and see buy. And the bike's 538.5 on a 536 004 red. Dialed in pretty close. And we roll right into Nitro Graphics round 5, a C2 competition converters and machining top ball. We got David George here, tower side, 466, taking on Rick Turkowski, 475. David George with the starting line advantage and the finish line advantage by 008. Goes 21, 1 above 0 to be 31 total. Turkowski locked out, 32 on the let go, dead 7 to be 39 total, and no good. David George rolls on another round. Mike Carpenter here, tower side. 462 on the dragster for the driver out of Florida. Taking on James Carty out of Hatfield, Pennsylvania. 566 on the Cavalier. Give the win light to Mike Carpenter here, tower side. 10, 2 above 7 to be 37 total. James Carty, 32 on the let go, breaks it out. Goes 564.7 on the 566 dial. Took 18 straight, had to take 5 or less to grab the win. Spanky, Chris Wilson, Mr. Wilson Racing Engines himself, 444 the dial, taking on Eric Fulton out of Maple Shade, New Jersey, 569 the dial on the door car. Give the win light to Wilson. 003 up front, puts it 4 above 7 for the win as Fulton, late on the let go, goes 2 above 5 on the 569 dial for the loss. Zach Rothenberger, 5 flat the dial here, tower side for the rail, taking on Joe Baruch out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 588 for the S&W dragster. Once again, we've called no box shootout to 1 and 2. No box shootout to 1 and 2. Juniors, you've been called to 4, 5, and 6. You should be there. Juniors, you should be there. Give the win light to Rothenberger, 19, breaking it out 6 thou, 499.4 on the 5 flat dial as Baruch turns it 001 red and then breaks it out 1 thou. He's 1 on each end from a perfect run, but instead he's out. Rothenberger moving on. Aaron Them here, tower side, 582, taking on Ben Saya in the Malibu, 591. Ben Saya, better say a prayer. Nope, didn't work for him this time. Almost, though, as Aaron Them, 006, takes 2 thou margin of victory, 588.9 on the 582 dial. And Saya, 593.1 at 115 on the 591 dial. And again, late at the light. Mark Mandley, back up in the Chevy twice. 611 the dial, taking on Dale Crouch. Crouch went down and paid a visit to the 330-foot cone and is back now, ready to go to battle. 456 the dial for the driver out of Northeast Maryland. .004 margin of victory. Give it to Dale Crouch. He's 15, one above 5 to be 30 total. Mandley, 29 on the tree. Had to be dead 1 or better. And Crouch had room, so probably wouldn't have done him any good there anyways. Manley out of here in round number 5. Crouch moving on. Eric Tenney now, 657. Taking on Becky Mendenhall. Becky, 485. Making her crew feel like the hard work was worth it as she rolls into round 5 with the new bullet. Tension the pits, tension the pits. Car number 1319, 1319. You're the wait and see by for round number 2 of the Morris Performance Transmissions Top Bulb Shootout. And I need all of Top Bulb to 7 and 8, please. Top Bulb to 7 and 8. And Becky's day might be done, and it is. Give it to Eric Tenney. 1 above 1 to be 16 total. Mendenhall was 36 on the let go and goes 486.9 on the 485, and her day ends here. Joe, you can go take a nap now, bud. Jason Hoff up now. Dialed in, iconically, I should say, at a 139 in honor of Sean Serra, who we lost 2 years ago today. So again, want to pay tribute to Sean here on this very unfortunate but special day to so many of us in the racing family. And Hoff blasts it on through there. Goes 432.6 at 166 on the 139 dial. And that will conclude Nitro Graphics, round number 5, a C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. And we will head back into the Morris Performance Transmissions shootouts coming up next. See Mason Dudley over in the far lane, 901 the dial. Drivers in 1 and 2 should start loading up, getting ready. Drivers in 1 and 2 should be loading up, getting ready. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Junior Dragster, main event final for Griner Brothers. Heating and Cooling, Junior Dragster, main event final to lane 5. Junior Dragster, main event final to lane 5, please. And that wraps up the junior shootout for round number 2. We'll go into the no box round number 2 shootout for Morris Performance Transmissions Saturday shootouts here at the Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf's Automotive. Again, want to thank turned out here this weekend. Also want to thank all the ones watching at home on Diamond State Digital. We've had a great viewing crowd all weekend on there. So I want to thank all those that have been supporting the channel. Gabby Wally over in the far lane, dialed in at a 775, and Jana Embley here, tower side, 756 to dial. At the stripe, give the win to Jana, dead on with a 1 to be 20 total, locks out the 45 light of Gabby, who goes dead on with a 6 in the losing effort. $6.99 the dial for Kevin Core over in the far lane. Tower side dialed in a 624. Give the win light to Core. 701 with a 3 on a 699 with a 13 late. Tower side 625-4 on the 624 dial, but late at the tree. Andrew Bercudo over in the far lane, dialed in at a 633. And Jesse Marshall here, tower side, dialed in at a 678. Win light, give it to Jesse Marshall. Double breakout, 677.8 on the 678 dial with a 26 late. Bercudo 632.7 on the 633 with a 35 late for the loss. Jason Parker here, tower side, 623 on the Mustang, taking on Glenn Seward in the pickup, 625. Win late, give it here, tower side, 625 with an 8 on a 623 with a 23 late. Far lane, late at the light, goes dead on with a 6 to be 84 total. Todd Thoman, 636 over in the far lane. Tower side, 639 the dial for Matt Wilson. Wilson in control here. Win light Wilson. Dead on with a 9 to be 15 total. Thurman wasting gas. 638.2 on the 636 for the loss. Kevin Mendenhall, 619 the dial for the Chevy 2. Taking on Dennis Core, dialed in at a 694. Mendenhall cracks it. Core goes 693.2 on the 694, and we'll move on to round number 3. Robert Reinert, 627 here in the Chevy 2, taking on Chris Culp, 6 flat over in the far lane. Culp in trouble. Culp out of here. 598 with a 1 on a 6 flat dial. Reinert dead on with a 7 to be 31 total and moving on. Bobby Pip over in the Mustang, dialed in a 740. And he will lose that one. 009, 613 with the 5 on a 611 here, tower side for the win by 005. Pip was dead on with a 6 to be 39 total for the loss. Mike Griner back up now. 578 the dial. Taking on Terry Benton Jr., 633 in the Camaro. Win late, give it to Griner. 579 with a 5 on a 578 with a 34 late. As far lane 632.3 on the 633 for the loss. Denny McCloskey here, tower side, 662 for the wheel stand and Firebird. 651 the dial for Robert Smith over in the far lane. Light, give it to McCloskey, 666 with a 0 and a 662 with a 26 light. Drops hard to get behind and feeds all the stripe over to Robert Smith, who breaks it out, 650 with a 5 on a 651 with the 13 better reaction time and the loss. Scott Embley here, tower side, dialed in at a 653. Taking on Layla Gockley, dialed in at a 736. Winlight give it to Layla. 13, they go 740 with a 2 on the 736. As Embley turns a 006 red, and we'll be out of here. Cam Murray, last night's top bulb winner, back up here in no box, 641 the dial for the Duster. And give the win to Cam. 639 with a 5 on a 641 with a 10 late. Tower side dead on with a 1, but 11 red, no good. And Rich Pennington with the buy run here. And Pennington, oh my gosh, almost throws down a perfect run on the buy. Trip zip, 621.8 on the 622. And we'll move on. We need no box. B&M Performance Machining, round number 6 of Roadrunner Race Fuels to 1 and 2. You are on a ladder. Round 6 of Roadrunner Race Fuels, no box. It's B&M Performance and Machining, round number 6. Main event to 1 and 2. You are on a ladder. Give the win to Marty Flagel. He's trip zip up front, plenty of room out the back, and we'll move on. Tower side dead late, breaking it out 7th thou for the loss. .568 here, tower side for the Willies. Taking on the Mons in the far lane, .563. Jeff Martin over in the far lane. And Andy Purcell here, tower side. Give the win to the Monza by 009. He's 10 up front, goes 568.7 on the 563 dial. And the Willies not able to run the number 573.5 on the 568 with a 21 late, and their day is done. John Reed over in the far lane, dialed in at 629. Tower side dialed in at 623. Win late by 0007. Give it to the tower side. 624 with a 2 on a 623 with a 20 late. Far lane dead on with a 2 to be 32 total as well. And no good. John Reed out of here in round 2. Jack Grader in the T-Bird. 1937 is the car number. 531 is the dial. Taking on the dragster over in the far lane. 519. Is Jason Amy over in the far lane. Winley, give it to Jason. Dead on with a 3 to be 8. Total locks out the 10 reaction time. Dead 1 of Grader. Thank you for playing. Have a great day. Jason Amy moving on. Randy Krause here, tower side, 490 the dial. Taking on Mark Kelly over in the far lane, 453 the dial. .002 margin of victory going here, tower side to Kraus. 007 breaks it out 1 foul, 489.9 on the 490 dial. As Kelly is 16, breaking it out 3 foul, 452.7 on the 453 for the loss. Barack Mosier in the wheel standing. Vega 543 taking on Vaughn Dunn 566 in the beautiful Camaro. Looks like Brock's in trouble. Winley, give it to Dunn. Dunn dead on with a 0, 2 up front, 2 total. Mosier, 16 up front, dead 8 to be 24 total, and not even in the ballpark. Vaughn Dunn moving on. Barry Souter here in the Camaro, or Nova, excuse me, 681 the dial, taking on the Chevelle of Laura Landry, or Laura Truitt now. 608 the dial. That's a hard habit to break when you've known her since you were probably like 10 years old. And give the win to Barry. As Laura goes 607.7 on the 608, and Souter dead on with a 2 to be 25 total. Nelson Belot here, tower side in the FRBR house truck, dialed in at a 574, taking on Mike Lubanowski, 589 for the Corvette. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Round number 3 of the junior shootout. We need you to lane 4 and 4 only. You're now on a ladder. Junior shootout to lane 4 and 4 only. You are on a ladder. Win to B-Lot. 20, 1 above 5 to be 35 total. As Mike goes 23 up front, then breaks it out. 587 with a 9 on a 589. And Tower Side going home for the night after that one. 001 red. Give the win to the far lane. Daryl Tillman over in the far lane, 548 the dial to Tower Side. I believe that is Husigan. Yep, Tom Husigan here at Tower Side. Tom is in trouble. Win light to the Corvette. 1 above 0 to be 21 total. Husigan 29 on the let go and is done for the day. Breaking it out 1 thou on the big end. Far lane, Jimmy DeChaco, 439 the dial. Mike Morris here, Tower Side, I believe, 459. And our lights are now on, so your lights should be too. Make sure we have taillights, taillights, taillights. When you pull out onto the track. And Jimmy DeChaco missed all of that one. Morris is going to make him pay. Dead on with a 9 to be 15 total. DeChaco dead on with a 4 to be 75 total and on his way back to the trailer. Shane Jett here, Tower Side, 603 the dial. And I'm pretty sure that's Joe Martin over in the far lane, if I'm not mistaken. Winley, give it to Shane Jett, 23, 6044 on the 603 dial. Dragsters, 464-1 on the 462 for the loss. John Dustin here, Tower Side, 517 the dial. And Marty Martin over in the far lane, 454 the dial. Once again, we have called round number 6 of No Box. So the main event, the 1 and 2, you're on the ladder. We need you to the lanes, please. Got a good drag race here. Here comes the fast dragster of Martin, and he gets there too fast. Breaks it out. Took 27. Needed to take 13 or less. And John Dustin will roll on. 007, 519 3 on a 517 to go on to round number next. Big Bill Gerton, 673 here, tower side for the Pontiac GTO. And I believe that's John Taylor over in the far lane. Dialed in at a 464. And Big Bill better find a different radio channel. Yeah, he's going to have to find something to do for the rest of the night as Taylor moves on. Dead on with a 2. 18 total. Big Bill. 40 on the let go, goes 672-1 on the 673 for the loss. I believe Bob Murphy here, tower side, 447 the dial. Taking on Troy Ziegler, dialed in at 699. At the stripe, here comes Murph, not going to get there. Give the win to Ziegler, dead on with a 3 to be 21 total. Tower side goes 448-8 on the 447 to be 28 total for the loss. Excuse me, 32 total for the loss. And Camaro here with the buy run. Honoring Sean Sayer again with the 139. And Skylar Stump. Skylar 12 goes 561.7 to go on to the next round. And that will conclude the second round of the Morris Performance Transmissions Saturday shootouts for all classes. We're going to head into the Junior Dragster Finals. Coming out next. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need round number 6, B&M Performance in machining, round number 6, a C2 competition converter machining top bulb to 7 and 8. You're on a ladder. Top bulb, you're on a ladder, but I need you to 7 and 8, please. Top bulb, main event to 7 and 8. Top bulb, main event to 7 and 8. So here we go, Junior Dragster Final for Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragster main event here on day number 2 of the Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf's Automotive. Who will it be? Will it be the young lady from Laurel, Delaware, the 3rd generation driver, dialed in at an 808? It's Ella Ketterman. Taking on Logan Anderson, another 3rd generation driver. 795 for the local out of York, Pennsylvania. Here we go. Anderson is pre-stage. Here comes Ketterman. Bumping it in. They're both pre-stage. We're ready to do battle. Who will go in first? It's Ketterman. Here's Anderson. We're ready. Identical reaction times at the starting line. This one will come all the way down to the stripe on the big end at the finish line. Give it to Ella Ketterman. Ella goes 8:10 with a 0 on an 8:08 for the win with a 62 reaction time. Logan Anderson, 7:99 with a 1 on a 7:95 for the loss. Great effort by both drivers, but it's Ella Ketterman, your winner here on day number 2 of the Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf Automotive. Congratulations to the Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragster winner, Ella Ketterman. Team 5:38 on the bike here, Tower side, taking on Dan Casey in the Capri, 5:82. Here comes the bike with the starting line advantage down at the stripe. A win light, give it to the door car. Dead on with an 8 to be 71 total is Dan Casey. Santine on the bike, breaks it out 1 thou. Gets there 22, had to take 21 or less for the win. Couldn't do it. Dan Casey moving on. Kurt Holland up next, 6:13 the dial for the 79 Camaro out of Whitehall, Pennsylvania, taking on Jeff Alleback here at Tower side in the pickup, 660 for the S10. Tension the pits, tension the pits. 1531, 1531. You're the wait and see by, and I need round number 3 of No Box Shootout to 1 and 2. No Box Shootout to 1 and 2. I need you to the lanes now, please. Give the win to Kurt Holland. He's 40 up front, goes 1 above 5 to be 55 total for the win. Jeff Alback had the starting line advantage with a 23, but took too much stripe. He needed to woe it up and take about 37, took 39. Shannon Fordyce here, Tower side, 636 in the Mustang, taking on Bill Wackerman in the Camaro, 691. Give the win to Dice Girl on the double breakout, 634 with a 9 on a 636 with a 45 light. Takes out Wackerman's 688-0 on the 691 and 24 light. Shannon moves on. Rock Hockmiller up now in the Nova, dialed in at a 139, honoring Sean Serra. And he goes 575.5 at 118, and we'll move on to round number next. Once again, we need round 3 of No Box to 1 and 2. Round 3 of No Box to 1 and 2. And 1531, you're the wait and see by. 1531, you're the wait and see by. So we'll be skipping around a little bit here, going to the junior shootout. Tower side, Noah James, 799 the dial. And I believe that's Shane Connor over in the far lane. Dialed in at 897. So coming out next is B&M Performance and Machining, round number 6, a C2 competition converter in machining, top bulb. Here at Daryl Tillman Realty Group, the 5th annual Independent Showdown, presented by Blittersdorf's Automotive. First up, it's going to be Mike Carpenter, 464 here, tower side, taking on Dale Crouch, 456 for the race tech over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Green on both sides. Carpenter with the advantage at the stripe. Carpenter with the win late. Dead on with a 3 to be 21 total. Crouch, no good. Dead 0 to be 31 total for the loss. Aaron Thiem back up in the Vega 586 is her dial. Taking on Zach Rothenberger in the Ed Quay chassis. 499 on the dragster. Both drivers in, here we go. Green on both sides, here comes the dragster. Dragster with starting line advantage and the finish line. Dead on with a 7 to be 15 total. Zach Rothenberger takes out Aaron Thiem. She is 2 above 8 to be 48 total. In the losing effort, Rothenberger moves on to round number next. Eric Tenney here, tower side in the dark, 656. 466. So George, 466 in the dragster, Tenney, 656 in the door car. Good drag race here. Here comes the dragster down at the stripe. Win late. Door car. 005 margin of victory going to Eric Tenney. He's dead on with a 9 to be 18 total. David George puts it 1 above 8 to be 23 total for the loss. Eric Tenney keeps the door car alive and moving on. Jason Hoff here, tower side, 433 for the Pro Charge powered dragster, taking on Mr. Wilson Racing Engines himself, Chris